Speaker, we cannot be silent about our opposition to yet another unpopular government policy, the imposition of a regulation called the Import Restriction Regulation 2023. This detested proposed legislative instrument sought to vest unfettered and unchecked powers in the hands of the minister responsible for trade to determine who qualifies to import into the country of certain goods. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, we also raised red flags over dubious Finance Ministry SML induced $100 million a year contract for so-called revenue assurance. After initial feet-dragging and refusal by the President Akufo-Addo to release the KPMG audit report, it finally emerged that the SML was paid a whopping 1.4 billion Ghana cedis for no work done. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority further failed to withhold taxes worth 13.38 billion million Ghana cedis from these payments. As we speak, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the entity called SML is still ripping off the taxpayer for no work done. Right Honorable Speaker, we on this side expressed several concerns over the government handling of illegal mining menace that engulfed our nation. We are also on record to have cautioned that its pretentious fight against this existential threat to our collective survival will soon have dire consequences on us. Amid this facade of the fight, Right Honourable Speaker, high-ranking government officials, NPP functionaries were accused by the then Cabinet Minister, Professor Frimpong Boateng, of promoting and engaging in illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey later became a free-for-all enterprise involving MMDCs and other party functionaries. The records will bear us out that we on this side called for an honest, responsive approach to this menace, found on strict application to the law. No matter whose ox is God. Right Honourable Speaker, again, our concerns were ignored. The scale of corruption and waste during this period has been staggering, alarming, and heart-wrenching. Mr. Speaker, the more we on this side spoke out, the more corruption and wastage festered. Promoting this as a result prompted the Catholic Bishop Conference to decry and describe the situation as a massive, uncontrolled corruption under this administration. Mr. Speaker, scandals became a daily occurrence as we were treated to blatant abuse of office and plundered the public funds. Right Honourable Speaker, we also saw a misuse of COVID-19 funds. The malfeasance that characterized the 13th African Games, the 500 million Ghana cedis National Service Ghost Names scandal. We saw the brazen attempt to shell out state hotels to a cabinet minister, and free-for-all grabbing of state lands are, Mr. Speaker, but very few that we need to mention. Right Honourable Speaker, we also had to contend with the erosion of the independence of critical state institutions. Many of these institutions were filled with partisan elements who undermined due process to please the regime in power. Mr. Speaker, journalists who exposed corruptions were subjected to brutal crackdown and dissenting voices and were silenced. Right Honourable Speaker, the silence, the insistence of the Electoral Commission of Ghana to adopt the Ghana card as the sole document of the registration for the registration of voters, even though millions of Ghanaians were yet to be issued their Ghana cards by the National Identification Authority, cannot escape mention. After eventual yielding to the resistance from the gallant NDC Minority Caucus, the Electoral Commission decided to conduct voter registration exercise solely at its district offices instead of the designated polling stations. But for our voices, Mr. Speaker, that were heard loud on these matters, the Electoral Commission would have succeeded in denying millions of Ghanaians their right to register and vote. The Electoral Commission was once again forced to beat a retreat on its popular decision to outlaw the use of indelible Inc. during the 2024 general elections. In all of these instances, our vigilance, insistence, and accountability saved Ghana's democracy. Right Honorable Speaker, the past 8 years have been tough for all of us, a lesson on how not to govern a country, and in fact, a lesson on how not to run an economy. In the end, the crushing defeat the NPP suffered in the just ended elections is a clear message from Ghanaians that they will not tolerate any such level of poor governance and mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, it is deeply concerning that those who oversaw such disastrous performance in government would have the audacity to adorn themselves with accolades to the chagrin of the people of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I was surprised to see some of them being awarded with highest state honors. Right Honorable Speaker, at the personal level, I have had to pay a heavy price for my stance against the government mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, my recent prosecution, or call it persecution, by the Attorney General over frivolous and trumped-up charges was calculated to silence, intimidate, and completely extinguish a known dissenting voice. Right Honorable Speaker, my crime, Mr. Speaker, was that I sounded alarm bells on an economy that was being mismanaged and ruined by an act and omissions of a select few in government. The fact that my prosecution began in the wake of the tussle over e-levy should not be lost on anyone, that I became an instant target for the regime. Mr. Speaker, I was charged on the Christmas Eve, a few days after the rejection of the e-levy and the 2022 budget. Right Honorable Speaker, from that point, the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for Justice, Godfred Yeboah-Dame, in whom the prosecutorial powers of the state is vested, was determined to deploy all crude tactics, including the use of subterfuge, to achieve his ends of malicious prosecution just to satisfy the regime. So, Speaker, the whole world witnessed how a supposed Minister of Justice set out to coach, cajole, and coerce another accused person standing trial together with me to falsify his testimony and skew it in such a manner as to enable him to procure a conviction at all costs against an innocent person. In the process, Mr. Speaker, Godfred Yeboah-Dame, who is the principal legal officer of state, engaged in crimes such as witness tampering, conspiracy against accused person, fabrication of evidence to pervert the course of justice, and professional misconduct, contrary to the ethics of the very legal profession he heads. I believe this has been the story for many Ghanaians during this period. Right Honorable Speaker, never in the history of our nation have we witnessed this level of gross professional misconduct on the part of no less a person than the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for Justice, who is the leader of the bar and bears a high responsibility to adhere to the rules of ethics of the legal profession. Mr. Speaker, I'm not against prosecution of wrongdoing. Whilst our democracy is founded on the rule of law and holding public officers accountable, I pray that never again should any of our citizens become a victim of this level of injustice and abuse of prosecutorial powers that I was subjected to. Right Honorable Speaker, despite the painful experience, I count it as part of the hazards of politics and service to the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, as the clock strikes midnight, a new chapter begins. To those returning to the 9th Parliament, I say congratulations. Colleagues who will not be part of the 9th Parliament, I urge you to work with your heads high. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to say that Ghana appreciates your service and your contributions. Be proud because you have worked for Mother Ghana. I look forward to the 9th Parliament, characterized by mutual cooperation, diligence, and hard work in pursuit of the aspiration of our people. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the gallant 137 members of the NDC caucus on behalf of the NDC leadership. Special thanks goes to Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa, the Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Govins Kwame Abuja, the Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the First Deputy Whip, Honorable Comfort Doyo, the Second Deputy Whip, chairpersons and ranking members from the NDC caucus, the Speaker, the backbench of the NDC Minority Caucus. And let me also thank the Honorable Collins Dauda, the one who has contested every single election since 1992, for his hard work and dedication to democracy. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, aside our disagreement, there were moments of cooperation across the aisle. I want to use this opportunity to thank all members of the 8th Parliament. To the Parliamentary Service, thank you for your hard work. To the Parliamentary Press Corps, what could we have done without you? You have been an amazing group of people that we cannot stop but to thank you. Thank you once again. Fellow countrymen and women, thank you for enduring the worst government in Ghana's history. So, Speaker, I dare say that to fellow Ghanaians, don't be despaired. There is hope. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot end without mentioning the Honorable Cletus Avoka, the former leader of this House, who has been one person that I've always resorted to for advice. I thank you so much for your cooperation and hard work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of the Majority Leader and the Leader of the House.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to give these closing remarks, putting out my own views about this House as it comes to an end by midnight of today. It's a moment of emotion for me, having had the opportunity to lead the House a little over 9 months, and the fact that, Mr. Speaker, by tomorrow, I will be seated to the left of Mr. Speaker, leading the charge for and on behalf of the minority. Mr. Speaker, you rightly paraphrased your description of this 8th Parliament on various platforms and fora, and stated that it's been remarkable, characterized by unique milestones and challenges that have tested our democratic principles and governance. Mr. Speaker, one defining feature of this Parliament was its near equal composition, 137 members from each side and 1 independent member. Notably, this Parliament elected the Speaker of the House from a party of the opposition, something which was and still continues to be novel development to our democracy. We also had an equal number of female representation from both sides of the aisle, 20 female members apiece, bringing female representation to 40, that account for 14.5%, the highest female representation in Parliament ever recorded in our 4th Republic. This Parliament, at both sides of the House, has had the course to change their leadership in order to give opportunity to some members to serve in the front bench. It is therefore right to conclude that the 8th Parliament truly pushed our parliamentary democracy to its limits and tested how far we can go with our practice of parliamentary democracy. Mr. Speaker, I rose from deputy leader to majority leader. In my days as a deputy leader in this House, I received a lot of good counsel, not only from our side, but from my friends opposite. I remember the quiet moments where they would call me to their office and engage me in spite of our disagreements in this House. Mr. Speaker, permit me to mention a few of them and thank them for the purpose of Hansard. Honorable Harun Idrisu, Honorable Rashid Pelpo, Honorable Cletus Avoka, my respected senior Adaba and brother, Honorable Ahiafo. Mr. Speaker, I also received good counsel from many of my own side. The first Deputy Speaker, Honorable Joe Osewusu, the second Deputy Speaker, was also very handy for us to discuss issues about governance in the chamber. But Mr. Speaker, not the least is the man I succeeded. For the purpose of Hansard once again, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who took it upon himself to get me to pay attention to parliamentary business. I always remember with nostalgia his first official travel with me all the way to Hanoi, Vietnam. In his hand was his standing orders and the Constitution. He urged upon me to always read the standing orders and encouraged me to aspire for the leadership of the House. I am happy to say that in my days as his deputy, although he is not a lawyer, he was well versed with the standing orders and the Constitution. Before I could say a word, he knows where a particular provision is. And we worked together, gave me the opportunities to shine, and eventually made way for me to succeed. Honorable Osei Che Mensah Bonsu, I thank you most sincerely. You defined my leadership. You played a key role. We may have our differences, but I want to say that you have made it possible for me to stand on my feet today, especially as I enter opposition and to lead our side in minority. It is that which I learned from you that I will depend on to make a headway in my leadership. Mr. Speaker, there were great elderly senior members on my side, such as Honorable Kennedy Japon, Honorable K.T. Amon, who were also with me in moments of difficulty. I should thank also, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues in leadership, Honorable Anodompre, the Chief Whip, a workaholic being. Mr. Speaker, there were a number of times he had to sleep in Parliament to organize and make things work for me to take over as a leader. He and his deputies worked tirelessly in assisting me to manage a very difficult House. Honorable Dompre, Honorable Habib Idrisu, Honorable Alexander Tete, I say God bless you. I'm thankful to you for all you did. And my able deputy, she was more than a mother to me, to calm me in difficult moments. Her wise counsel has made it possible for me to lead the House till this day. We are both Catholics. She never ceased to remind me of the power of our rosary as Catholics. the morning prayers, the morning encouragements, calling me, Kwamena, let's pray. Madam Patricia Apieje, God bless you for all you did. And to my colleagues opposite, you made the best come out of me. I was always watching the videos of Honorable Eric Opoku. This is a man who can punch extremely hard with facts. You dare not challenge him, and I dare not challenge him, because he will take you to another level. Honorable Kwame Agboja, we were there together in opposition. Those days, we struck a good accord. We had our own esprit de corps. And when you assume leadership, I thought I could explore that for a good way forward. You often disappointed me, but you got the best out of me. Kwame, thank you. And Ahmed Ibrahim, the deputy whip, he did all the dirty jobs. We disagreed, and I will call Ahmed and say, Ahmed, I thought you were a Pentecost elder. Why are you doing this to me? And he says that, Mensro, anyhow. But the next moment, he will hit me hard. But Mr. Speaker, I also got somebody amongst them to pound small. I also took advantage of his emotions, and I provoked him lightly, so that I also settle scores. My senior brother, Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibua. Mr. Speaker, I recall at one point you had to settle the matter, where I would constantly parading and flagging my standing orders. And he felt it. At the end of the day, that was the beauty of democracy. And I told my brother, no more Ato. Mr. Speaker, Ato will talk to you nicely. Have a good conversation. By 5 o'clock, he will call you and tell you, Kwamena, no deal. The political committee says we can't support you. Mr. Speaker, many did not understand why I was combative on a number of occasions. There were those who didn't know how the heat was on me and were saying that you are majority leader, reach out. Mr. Speaker, the minority were such a tough, stubborn, difficult side. Mr. Speaker, you could never have an agreement with them because they were smelling power. And I understand, rightly so. The number of government business I would have loved to complete for political expediency and perhaps for purposes of principle, I did not get the support from my respected colleague. Many were the disappointment, Mr. Speaker. I'm sad that as a house, the 1D1F. Mr. Speaker, I'm still of the conviction that this was a government policy to help the private sector. Mr. Speaker, being from the private sector fraternity, there was no way I viewed the initiative as a giveaway, as a freebie, especially so when the majority side had compromised and agreed to take away the raw materials component of the support to the private sector. But again, our colleagues could not support, not even to allow us to take some of the companies out and proceed to approve them. Mr. Speaker, the nomination of justices for the Supreme Court, which as a house, we vetted them but could not pass them, is also one disappointment to me as a leader. These are citizens of our country who, for no fault of theirs, have earned that call to serve at the highest court of the land. Mr. Speaker, I will not belabor their CV, but we know that these were citizens of substance who could have contributed their quota in enriching the jurisprudence of our country at the highest level. But again, we could not reach an agreement. And to date, I had to look in my direction. Look in my direction. I'm addressing some of your mischief. Mr. Speaker, again, we could not have a deal, and we've left it hanging. It has become odious. Mr. Speaker, I wish, as a House, we could have handled the World Bank $250 million facility to support the financial sector. This was also a facility that had gone through the committee process, and the House could have carried it for government to cushion the financial sector. But again, for good reasons known to my friends opposite me, we could not have a deal. But Mr. Speaker, the Frenchman will say, c'est la vie. This is life. We cannot push anymore, but to look forward to a new day, to also hold the new government feet to the fire. Get them to be accountable, get them to do what is right, and not get personal, but rather enrich governance of our country. Mr. Speaker, this government has achieved so much for the people of Ghana, but not a perfect government. Mr. Speaker, if our friends will today talk about corruption, I want to remind them that the call of corruption was on them when they previously ruled this country for 8 years. Many children whose parents could not afford secondary education had the opportunity of enjoying free SHS. Mr. Speaker, today, Ghanaians, 5.7 million of them, have benefited from free SHS. Mr. Speaker,
another state of the economy.
Not only did we have 5.7 million Ghanaian children benefiting from free SHS, we also had government introducing free TVET. Technical education was made free, and government built 34 new schools and introduced the STEM program for our children. Mr. Speaker, this government is on record to have boldly initiated the ambitious Agenda 111. These projects are at various stages of completion, and we expect that from tomorrow, the new government will take immediate steps to ensure continuous funding of these projects so that our people will get better health care. Mr. Speaker, the government, in terms of roads, added not less than 14,000 kilometers to our existing road infrastructure. And, Mr. Speaker, we expect that this new government, which takes office tomorrow, would be minded of these high achievements and even do better. Mr. Speaker, we have been told that in the area of energy, there were some corruption in certain areas. But, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that we kept the lights on, and this government ensured that electricity for households and industry was on, minimal challenges in terms of light off, as compared to what our friends left for us in 2017. Mr. Speaker, in the just ended election, the President, the Vice President ensured that they put together a team.
You are out of order.
To assist the Electoral Commission in ensuring that we had a peaceful election. Mr. Speaker, whilst I am on my feet, Honorable Nielande van der Poel will put on his mic. Mr. Speaker, he has to stop. This aspect of their intolerance, Atu spoke, even getting personal, but they can never take it. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. Atu spoke, he even went personal. We kept quiet and listened to him. You are on your feet, on in your mic. Well, this is your nature. Mr. Speaker, we had a very peaceful election. Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, the presidential candidate of the MPP, conceded defeat long before the official declaration by the EC. But what did we witness? Violence upon violence orchestrated by the leadership of the NDC, who sent thugs to collation centers, attacking Electoral Commission officials, attacking candidates, unleashing violence, and threatening our democracy. For all these conducts, we subject the NDC to posterity. I say to them that the very people they are using to unleash violence on Ghanaian people will soon come back to them. I leave them to posterity. Never again should we witness such an attack on our democracy, where at collation centers, organized thugs are moved in pickups to disrupt the collation process. Mr. Speaker, whereas the MPP accepted the results and even relied on due process of law to get justice, the NDC decided to unleash violence on the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic, has made his name in Ghana and in the sub-region. It is therefore not surprising that the ECOWAS recognized him and gave him a title, Mr. Democrat. Mr. Democrat for the good works he's done for democracy. For over 40 years in public service, he distinguished himself, and the sub-region celebrated him. Mr. Speaker, the 8th Parliament, however, witnessed some unfortunate, sad situations. The loss of our colleagues, Honorable Philip Baswa of Kumewu, Honorable John Ampontua Kuma of Ejiso, as well as some 18 former members of Parliament and a former First Lady, Her Excellency Teresa Kufuor. Mr. Speaker, all these persons who were in public service passed on within the period, and I say, may their souls rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the turbulence that the House witnessed in some few instances, my honorable colleagues in leadership and I worked so hard in ensuring that the business was conducted in a convivial and congenial atmosphere. This Parliament achieved notable legislative milestones passing 41 bills, including private members' bill, a first in our history. We facilitated the passage of 48 regulations and approved significant agreements and reports bolstering Ghana's socio-economic development. Furthermore, the 8th Parliament approved the nomination of His Lordship Justice Eni Yeboah for appointment to the High Office of Chief Justice of the Republic, and after his retirement, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Araba Esaba Sakitokonu took over. Mr. Speaker, the House in all vetted and approved 9 justices of the Supreme Court and 2 Chief Justices during a tenure. Mr. Speaker, under your leadership, you initiated the Visitors Program and the Citizens Bureau, and this strengthened public engagement and participatory democracy. Parliament also celebrated the 30th anniversary of parliamentary democracy and hosted international conferences such as the 66th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference and ECOWAS parliamentary sessions, which took place in my constituency, Efutu. These events reinforce Ghana's commitment to democratic principles and regional cooperation. This is an outstanding achievement in the quest to enhance our democratic governance. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all these great achievements strengthening the pillars of Parliament, we in the majority have some few challenges in the manner you handled the House. There were times that we felt you were partisan, and there were times that we felt you could prevail on our colleagues better in cooperating with us. There were times that we felt we were let down. But Mr. Speaker, as you always say, you cannot do it perfect and cannot get it perfect. You did the best as you could. It's our prayer, Mr. Speaker, that as we've been notified of you presiding over the 9th Parliament and well placed in the east of this august House, we pray that the space you gave to the minority to allow the opposition to vent out its concerns, we will have same as you preside. We have no doubt on our mind that you will do that for us. Mr. Speaker, let me also, at this juncture, thank the parliamentary service staff. What would life be without them? What would life be for the MP of this parliament, the member of parliament of this 8th Parliament? What would life be without them? They are the quiet councillors who are not recognized but make a lot of input to enrich debate and make us better in our legislative work. Mr. Speaker, from the clerks at table to all those who support you, every parliamentary staff, on behalf of the House,
members, Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
This one too.
Yes, leader, you may continue.
On behalf of my colleagues of this august House, I say a big thank you for your service and all you've done to help us become better than we think of ourselves. Mr. Speaker, somewhere last week, when my party was considering who should lead the House. I had cause to be worried over a few issues. An elder statesman spoke to me and told me, don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. This is politics. I therefore would want to respond to my respected colleague, Dr. Casey Latefosa, by telling him that he should not take it personal. I know how it is. But if everybody is given the opportunity to tell his story, maybe you realize that others might have gone through worse situations. I do not think that it is appropriate to personalize issues and mention Honorable Godfred Jabu Adami by name for Hanset, as though he personally had an axe to grind. I would plead with you, let bygones be bygones. You know what some seniors on our side know. You know what some seniors on your side know, that everybody wish you well. So, it isn't the case that this government was such a bad government that they wanted you in jail at all costs. So please, let it slide. But I'm particularly happy that you sounded a word of caution that never again should such a thing happen in our body politics. Mr. Speaker, politics should be made attractive for those who want to wholeheartedly serve. Nobody should ever fear leaving government. Nobody should ever fear getting into government. If as a political class we mistreat ourselves, there will be nothing left for the governance of this country. I therefore would want to add my voice to the call you made, Honorable Forson, that we should have a better way of dealing with issues of alleged corruption, where we believe that somebody has committed a crime. We should allow due process of law to take effect. It is on this note that I condemn in no uncertain terms the establishment of a so-called committee called ORA. I hold a humble view that it is a needless committee. It has no constitutional backing, and this committee is only in for personal vendetta. If we allow this committee to continue with its so-called wild goose chase, it will disturb the governance of this country. We don't need any so-called ORA. We have institutions of state. However unhappy we may have be with their work, we must support them to do their work. We don't want people to be chasing people into people's houses, going into people's bedrooms, thinking that their government is in office, so they should chase people for so-called ill-gotten wealth. Let's allow Mr. Speaker, they should expect more from tomorrow. This is what, you can't take it. I too spoke. Then you've been putting off my mic, disrupting me. I will speak. Yes, it will be longer than this. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has come of age, and I expect my friends in the NDC to know that it is not a populist agenda that makes a nation strong. It is due process of law that makes a nation strong. I regret that members of this hallowed chamber are advocates of this illegal, unconstitutional, so-called body called ORA. Mr. Speaker, let me remind my colleagues that the minority, the incoming minority caucus, has a mantra, and I will disclose a mantra to them: touch one, touch all. We are not going to allow you to use unconstitutional means to shut us up, to frustrate people, to chase people into their homes. We will stand firm and collective in ensuring that we stop any injustice. Let us allow the laws of the country to work. Mr. Speaker, in 1996, the elections delivered 133 seats for the NDC and only 61 for the MPP. That was a minority of conscience, however many its minority was.
Yes, leader. Hold on. Yes.
Hurry up.
Like a old man, small boy.
Okay,
You can't threaten us.
leader, let me see the seat to the speaker.
Honorable Wawe. Honorable Wawe. The cameras are seeing what you are doing with your hand.
Mr. Speaker, thank you and welcome back. Mr. Speaker, the MPP incoming minority will not allow the NDC government to use illegalities and unconstitutional means to frustrate and abuse the rights of former appointees of the Akufo-Addo government. Our mantra is touch one, touch all. We will encourage the NDC majority to be guided by its promise to the people of Ghana and rather use its limited time in office, the 4 years, to bring development rather than chasing political opponents. The people of Ghana are expecting the e-levy to be abolished. The people of Ghana are expecting that cocoa prices for the farmer will be increased without delay. The Ghanaian people are expecting that taxes at our ports will be reduced significantly. The people of Ghana expect that only 60 ministers will get appointed into this new government. And the 60 ministers, Mr. Speaker, these are the breakdown. All 16 regions will have one. So if you have 16, you take 16 out, you are left with 44. Of the 44, Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, ASK Bagbin, as he then was, as minority leader at this very dispatch box, said soon and very soon, the MPP will soon see him and know him when he was seconding the motion for Alajete's consideration as Speaker. You haven't seen anything yet. You keep quiet and listen. Soon and very soon, you will see the true politics here. So you relax. But you would hear me. We heard Ato. You will hear me. Mr. Speaker, now if you take away 16 ministers from the 60, the regional minister, you are left with 44. Obiniyem. The 44 left. You can only take about 25 from Parliament. 25 from Parliament. 25 out of the 180 something. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be redundancy in this house. And very soon, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader would experience the moment that, Mr. Speaker, you refer to as majority leader. Look behind you, your back is empty. Very soon, your members who will become redundant will not come into this chamber. And there you will see that the minority that you think we are mini minority will become the majority. Mr. Speaker, I am not a prophet, neither am I a seer. But this thing I can foresee that is going to happen. Mr. Speaker, even the MPs who will not get positions, there are other non-MPs who are looking for board appointments. So you won't even get board appointments. You won't get it. You are going to be more redundant. Now, your foot soldiers will be coming to you for employment. They will be coming to you for support.
Honorable Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
we are talking about the 8th Parliament.
Mr. Speaker,
Closing remarks of the 8th Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I told force.
We are talking about.
Mr. Speaker, I told that today is a ceremonial day. I prepared a beautiful ceremonial speech, and I told Leader Emeritus that all the time Atu would depart. He took advantage of a ceremonial speech to lambast my government. And you think I should keep quiet? No, you won't get. I'm in the dispatch box. You see, you guys cannot take it. We sat quietly and allow you to punch us. You can't take it. Mr. Speaker has even come to your rescue. I'm not done. I won't finish now. Sit down.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, because of your intervention.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, because of your intervention. Mr. Speaker is my father. That is why I'm obliging him. Even of all he did for you people, you wanted to stage a coup against him. Some of you didn't want him to come again. Mr. Speaker, it is true. And if they dare me, I'll mention names. Yes. Some of you didn't want Mr. Speaker back. Of all that he did for you to get power, you wanted to remove him. It took the prayers of our side. It took the prayers of our side to get Mr. Speaker back to this house. It took our prayers to get Mr. Speaker back. Some of you wanted to stage a coup against him. Challenge me. Take a Bible or Quran and use it to defend yourself and let's see. Yes. Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, you are back. By the grace of God, you are back. It pains some of them. You are back. So, Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by wishing all of us well. For those of you who are getting out of Parliament, Please, the younger ones from both sides of the aisle, please don't give up public service. There are mistakes we all make. Go back to the drawing board, get closer to the people, and relaunch yourself back into public service. For those of you who are retiring, please avail your experience to the young ones. The young ones will need to learn from you, and I will plead with you to make yourselves available. Mr. Speaker, to all colleagues one more time, I know that my time as majority leader was not all perfect. For those of you I wronged, anything I did that made you unhappy, I am sorry. Let it slide. Let's move on as colleagues, and let's pray for a brighter day for our parliament. I thank you all, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for guiding me in this, my political journey. God bless us. Merci beaucoup.
Honorable members, it's now my turn to perform a very important function as captured in the new standing orders of Parliament. I come to you in fulfillment of a novel provision in our standing orders, Order 20, Rule 4F, which require me and all future speakers of Parliament to, I quote the relevant portion, give the valedictory address at the final sitting of the House before the dissolution of the House, unquote. I therefore deliver this valedictory address at the final sitting of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana with humility and sobering reflections. Humility for the opportunity graciously given me to serve you, to serve all Ghanaians and our great nation, Ghana. Honorable members, in view of the exigencies of the current situation, I plead to call on the Office of the Official Report to capture the contents of the entire address as having been read by me. I further call on the Office to capture the contents of the annual reports of the Parliamentary Service and the handing over notes of the Clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oteng Nsia. You will have details of the valedictory address in these documents. And so what I intend to do is to give you the broad strokes of the address, even though that is also still lengthy. Whilst a valedictory address is to give a full report of the 4 years of what we have achieved or not achieved let me say how grateful I am to the Almighty God for His divine grace, which has guided my journey and sustained me through the immense responsibilities of presiding over the proceedings of this August House and chairing the meetings of the Parliamentary Service Board. It has been a divine privilege to serve as Speaker of Ghana's Parliament at a time of a historic hung Parliament. And many cases or countries, I should say, including Australia, the United Kingdom, and even Ghana during the tenure of the Third Republic, could not make it to the full hog of the term of the Parliament. But we have succeeded. I talked about being sovereign and pensive, because this is a product of an experience of an uncharted path of trials and tribulations, miracles and mysteries, and of accomplishments and missed opportunities. The 8th Parliament, which has been unique in its composition and historic in its journey, will remain a testament to the resilience of our democratic traditions and the collective spirit of our people. Along the way, our Creator, the Almighty God, elevated 2 of the members of the House to His kingdom. You all recall these illustrious members were the honorable members for the Kumewu and Ejoso constituencies, the late Philip Baswa and the late John Ampotua Kuma, respectively. I'm very sure they are in the promised land where the Almighty God Himself is waiting for all of us at the appropriate time. And so I want to emphasize what we did by wishing that their souls rest in perfect peace.
For yes, I'm Akwa BM Ediba Onua TV. So, Wabato Aswe, your election command center, ene January Boso Menede Toso Ensia Yatnase, na yesomo, ene yetiha mo ochina, ni asanso atnase ukiada, na yenemo ewie ewo seye sha bato ase, December Boso Mimu, na yedia beura, afufro mu ewo January mu no, yenemo ebewie wabato nsense, yenemo wiano nchese, yewie politics no. So now no politicians wambe shasia yo madwuma omampani dada sese yasa so ato abayi ni bio anyame adum ochina obeso afenam asuaye no obesa beto na adwuma so nti oba beto aso no yesu adwuma ne beto aso nim sese wo hyehye bobobre a o mandefo days bi se saada no duru ho no mo a Ghana fo betimi shasia bodo ho kontanti ye no ene shasia me adum ochina beden e de afiatago yetna se ene 24/7 ene ye adwuma nti yete hado mo atela homachen nyame ya adomo enche me ankasa me kojo ene other colleagues ba be kan ye ho na fe yetna se na ye no masomo asa kopie mo Ghana ye mbra hye bedwam ne akohwe kwanya ene dwumadi a ene ebekoso na se ye bu kompo ahwe chi kakra ewo ene ye dasonko bi na meka ene na me de meka se Yera Carlos Ahenkra edu 4 years bia 6 January bia no Ghana for be kai no won be kai no esanse emre bia be sitwa mu koye ne dwumadie bia odi wo emra hye bedwam na Ghana for dodo na anyantum esusu se ankoye ntino edu ho bia ye kai no nanso nei won ka mo biem yesese bi wa firim na mum wansan so a mabie mu no eye nsem na ene on the CC wo hwemu anka ne papa mu a nyame ya adom anka anadwo da siom 12 midnight en nan komo dwumadi ahodo bebridan no ekokoso na meka se ne nyame adom wo hwa awia be no mienu wo matena se didi nkomo edom kuma de ne nsem atodwa dodo de ne nsem atodwa speakers de ne nsem adwo obaka ne nyina awie enti ase oma sos anase oma wie ene dwumadi ne nyina nti ye twen se do mienu ebebo by 11:30 ena emrahye dwa no afoforo no ombe abeka dada no ho ombe san so akonaja midnight pepepe yasom in na fe yede ahye 2025 January bosomere na fe na de chie nso yede afna ahye yewra John Dramani Mahama nsem na yebekwa ahomaso na yahwe security yebekwa ahomaso na yene security expert edi nkomo yewra Richard Kumado ye kan yewra Richard Kumado yo bia wa ben ewo security hon sensem ya hobambo mu nsemu ene ne kwa kodi nkomo ne abusa se efri nyame ya adomo a ahomache da suom 12 midnight na 12 am o hwemu a nanado danko akufo ado yo mampani ni dibre no wagyamu na ye damudi ama abanfoforo no efri sabre ye yi ekosi se ochena ye be bibia wi a yewra Muhammad besan so abeso afna mu no eba security asai no ma no wose ye boa ye ho ekosi ye ma no agugum sa na se ukọ internal way no mo wo arrangements bi obetimi aye na omode abotemamfo ho ban sebi nipa bonni ni bia no emefa no mu enti ekọ na ye ne yewra Richard Kumado akodi nkomo mira na awia nyumre ye da asese obeka ye ho ewo Onua TV so afi we de ka me no di nkomo nti happy new year boko de ase Richard Kumado ahoma no nheda ntoto mu ye nti minim se mobetimi achinchim homa na mame a ebreki ewo ehonom rich baby a won so betimi ada no ho kakra mame anka mepe na ye nkomo no emu ayede afoti mi kan hello Debbie nana mo hwe na mone no enkasa no ngina yie emfa maye na ye nkomo no ye ni no eyie na emwa minim se oda so gina so Richard afei kasa ne entie maju bie we okay inti mama ye hwe na ye ni hu nkomo na ye di nkomo wo mrahye bedwam na wo hwemu a nyame adom this year menyini se sa drama na ekoso 4 years ago no ene anyumre ye be experience because the so mo ye dodo na major ones ni nyina no wo mo aye ni nyina awie ya besi anyumre na niema ba akomienu bi a Ghana fo ye remfi a Ghana for dodo na busa yem parliamentarians ananka ye pe anuye ede from ho a ye nya ebi ene drama bi e kokos no baako eye yewra kalasa henkra mfinhia nan ni a okwowewe ballot papers e omrahye bedwam eche nso so military fo a ye hu from nowhere omo ebe piem e wo parliament e besi se nne ye nim ni prakra o massa instruction ne se monko na montimi enkonko boban yo se monko eden ye nim Richard asaba bi mo ho. Okay Rich, good evening biem. Nice one. Pacha ya da se wanyi ho abotre na oni ebedi nkoma fi sha pa bio.
Afi comment here.
Nice one. Rich, oye obi eba ahobambo mu a wunimde Ghana ha obi a jiwtum. Na ye di nkoma kakra ye nkomodie ne yetiawa esanse enne dwumadie sonko da yanim from now up to Ochina Ghana mampani foforo ya to abayi no obesua ne waje abanwa no atum se omampani. Na efri ho no mo abesi sa bra na se efri enne keka kwei ya ho bambo mu nsemu se na ya na esitie
family president elect the 6th late no they can transition team no make brigadier general the patrimony babrola ceremony many of those guys are already by the 6th security national security team the company is very great. Have traveled across the whole country commanded by the Oko Airport and in many of the cities in Ghana. Collaboration between NTC and the state security. They are collaborating at many fronts. I have been to Independence Square. I have been to several places. Your bonfire say Obiadi the best, better the job. Say obia money bet back or tran any midnight from today. We can pull up this one. Security, continuous management. There could be emergency at any time. But the issue so far, any if work active manner and talk among themselves, Mijidi said they could pull it off.
All right, so Commodore, yenin komona yenshe from this angle. Yenshe said you media ye babedino nyame ya adume free ne ekoti ochna the 9th parliament omo ebe so afnemna omo be so abanwuma toa adwuma so no. Ya experience enema bebre show ni last 4 years the 8th parliament. Abra na ye bobo ho no omo be yi speaker enimu deputies na ye from nowhere. Asrafo kopie mo emrahye bedwam a said ehu bi ne hwubo bi ebeto Ghana fo bi asebe sabre no no wo TV ho ehwe de ekoso e wo my Ghana mu enye no nkwa bi esisida so ye Ghana fo ene wo ye security personnel wo hwemu a no security personnel but obi a wo nim de fa ahobambo mu ensemu no then na yesua free mu this time around ye be siesie mfomso bi a ene sinto bi eto so wo ba bi nti asade no esie na ye hwema bi nsibio.
My checks from office of the Speaker of Parliament, Mika Aba Dagbe, say Joma Makante and this for MPs, Omoyeni Speaker. My checks from the office stress Omasisanya Manimu Katra. One, Omudi Parliament are called Independence Square. It makes life easier for the security officers.
Okay.
Number two, Omuntai Minusu Assistant Katra. Omoyie the 8th Parliament. But their timetable by 10 p.m. on the 9th Parliament. Almost starting on time. Now almost swear in on time. And it's the press and the bar down. Okay. From this time up to time, almost starting the 9th Parliament, security protocols, any security arrangements here, international conference center or any old Parliament house, any independence penny is very tight. All the enclave has been sealed. So much million inside here and what. But considering the fact is that you were West Africa, euphoria about elections, any handover, any taking over, plenty yet ebimokasaya on the social Some people are of the fear say anything can happen. There could be state of emergency, there could be military takeover, there could be coup d'etat, there could be anything. Yeah, bomb pie say arrangement are Omudiba Independence Square, but the descriptive nature of invitation cards and accreditation, they should be ready and they should be prepared for anything and for all things. Because in security management, they are not can say in all things be prepared. They are prepared enough, everything will come to an end and we will pull up this one. Then again, we need the only country we have. There will be elections today, there will be elections tomorrow. Let everybody support your democracy because democracy means a very delicate commodity and a national asset. If we don't protect it and we don't guide it and it slips through our figures, democracy, insecurity degree, and many of hardships. And here, I said there should be nothing untoward, not parliamentarians, in parliament in particular. This year election, created some level of social unrest and I say insecurity in the public space. Even after today, they don't have the full house. There are court junctions, there are court, there are reconciliation, redeclaration, and many of those ones. And hopefully, they say some level of confusion in Parliament House because about what we can say from the Supreme Court judgment, anyone here of reconciliation, he doesn't recognize them. He will be the one to usher them in. Parliamentary rules will work, and whatever happens in Parliament, to stay in Parliament, and let's have a smooth transition, and let Ghana be the better place for everybody.
And Omanfonso ni nimpe bi ebusa se sa after 12 ahomache no ehon na ehu kakra no because na yenya ajatum se eni omampani nti wohwemu a nka number 3 and obetake over abo anaso be act se omampani enti omanfo buta se from that time no akosi ya no party till say amampani be so afna mu no yen security no obetimi dia go through kakra.
Definitely, and at that point they have sworn in the speaker. And what happened is that he became the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. From the 6th security team, president-elect appointed, and the workings of national security. He said these are professionals at the highest level. Okay. Their integrity is on the line. Their life experience is on the line. Their families are on the line. Everything they have ever worked for all the years is on the line. The international community is watching. The Americans in particular, they are watching. The Russians are watching. The Germans are watching. The British are watching. The Canadians are watching. All your international partners in the Chinese are watching. And see, the vampire and a vampire and be hopeful that they will together and put themselves together and pull off this one. Because if anything should go wrong, they will be held accountable. And immediately the Speaker of Parliament is aware of the enormous responsibility on his shoulders before tomorrow morning when the new president is sworn.
Mr. Komodo, what a quick one. Na yam found ko kakra. Now on Friday, fear de ya. Abra Ghana Mampani Yera Nanado Danko Kufuado ne kwata by 11:59 p.m. Na aka sima ba tete betoshwa na wawie na dwuma sel Mampani. Abro jine mra shebedwem na wode nsam to dwama in the final state of the nation. Penny on ne jine na chisa abre no. Ojina ho to nko ne nia akra nfu se bia ne kum na wabre odozu of ampampa na papa cream. We mina to forma. At that time no usha security ahobambo mu ne kwan ye fa so ye niema obia condemn said ye course wo parliament won antwaye this time around titro ni ochina e dia de na e wo se asrafo posifo ni all the security apparatus no won be ye se ne be ya de si na no e bi nsi bi o.
Oh yeah, one little mistake is I hold an expertise in security risk assessment and vulnerability management. And the only planning the event for that day, they overlook crisis management. And to start crisis management, you know, Oman here ready for it. Because Papa not a problem, it could have been the president. For the first time, you know, first responders, no normal get the appropriate people. And they could have dragged the president like they would have dragged Papa. And it could have created a problem for me as number one. Number two, about way back, nothing can say. A security structure almost used to and yet they are not getting the benefit of it. But for a very long time, Papa and way by it. By standard procedure, Papa now president in each and young of general. A young officer been and can over general. But meaning that one of the critical issues are affecting Ghana in terms of VIP and VVIP management. Ever since President Rawlings left power, this integrity is the first regiment, you know. Institution Ghana, another agency be, another organization be that appoints, selects, and assigns security protocol officers to your VIPs and VVIP. Or in your open. In this case, you best hear from Nigeria. Nigeria, whatever they plan on DSS. Americans know Secret Service. Russians know Musketeer. The Germans and the British, they have this standardization. We share a program, national program. On that same platform, although another president's wife has even left the room while the president is there, it's a very breach of standard protocol. And you know what? Everyone airport with my own eyes. As your person said, they have raised the bar a little bit higher. Expectation is that the plan is standardization and non-security protocol. They will take care of the vulnerability management so that like tomorrow, those who will pay tomorrow and those who will make it to the independence getting them revived in terms of ambulance, in terms of medical supply, in terms of roads, in terms of escalating the tendency to the highest level.
Mira, Kodam say will number no twetwese nkomo no nkrofo ani edi trenti minim say betumi asan frɛ biem na yato aso a ne line no breaki nti ye besan so afrɛ biem na yedi nkomo ye pese hwɛ because that time I yetna say anopai ni nyina ne kasa national security omo wo kwan omo fa so omo ye omo niema no nkro ne ba ebi busa say time no a sebe ase ominito form no de ma oto form no ye bi a hyew ne ho nkro ne ba bebre enti na ebi busa say was sanka that moment na se ne chene ko mu yina mframa fa no ho na mu lucy ne belt ne ne tie ne ho nkro ne ba o ma anye ne nyina nti ko bodo wotimi nka bi ma maju bi mu Nice one. Thank you so much once again. Na ye busa nkrofo bebre raise questions say time wa papa no obo form no wo hwɛ mu ade ma oto form ye bia omu bo no de courses no ana de na nko be de prevent na watimi ahomi ye wanya mframa ye se ne che na ehye no ombe yi na mframa fa no ho no ombe lose ne ho niema bi yeso ko lose so a was security mu no enye right wadaro mafia ko su kakra ho
and see on the preparation for crisis management. The appropriate personnel ever have. I can't combine say arrangement in it. One appropriate personnel. And see, and your president in a conformant can stand on Bayano. No, we are against procedure no more the copper panels no. In terms of security and crisis management. And yes, take professional that whole thing says President John or Africa, you better not be over granite, you know. A very archaic modeler, time say what BNI. What do you say? She said Parliament House and I say Independence medical now to Ochanya a security zone. A security zone, and there's a difference between a sensitive zone and a security zone. And see how much declare a security zone, a security activities that will take place there. I've swept the Parliament House. 1 year, basic things be a access control. Omo on by inside. The way I'm mobile, any the way I'm call any station places no. And can say or be grand president in it. And can Omo try no. About 30 to 40 to 50 people, very specialized personnel. They are all prepared and trained for emergency such as Yayakano. And to me, I'm not probably against Yanyan wrong. But we immediately say, oh my ye, and I'm planning for some of those emergencies.
Now, Onua wedding commodity. Ghana had a BBA mission, young pet surprises be
some level of amount for Banami year, I did before Ghana, your friend of protective surveillance. I have traveled across the whole country. I have came all over the city of Accra, and I have spoken to a number of people and find out bank Nyamika earlier on security continuous management. And so within 1 hour, something can happen. Within 30 minutes, something can happen. What is important is that the two teams are talking to themselves. But many about the one who Ghana. Normally, your programs are casualty is very too much. I they say Independence Square. No, the casualty has reduced a little bit. Now, and Independence Square about the National Accredited Center for National Programs. Question now, I mean, Bisa, a number of the senior guys in it said, from today going, are we going to improve the physical security environment and create buffer zones at the Independence Square now? And I say, yeah, we are now until say 6 months, then we are running all over the place. Many of the things we do in Ghana here, casualness, no, it may create vulnerability. My say, I'm saying, yeah, one day, more capacity, media wupa, and yeah, quite no. Yen planning yen yamani ye. Then number 2, minaba program na ye yen and your channel. Question na ye bisa say, a state protocol any the plan ni buyer na say a NDC one the plan ni buyer. Amapo see from the year 2000 and President Kofosi or the politicians cohort. But whatever I'm saying is that whatever happened in NPP happened in NDC. Going forward after a annual Trump program, as a nation, draw standard national protocol program. And so within the program, a little bit of flexibility. Say parties the omunyama beba and answer they can bring their own people, but they must work with the standard national protocol arrangements. And in terms of security management, in terms of public safety challenges, and in terms of international personalities, and so to me, and see, I have mentioned about 3 things: Independence Square and Kasa. Yes, that program, every national protocol office with the flexibility to accommodate politicians. Then again, we need to have a transition bill. It is reform. So that parties in waiting know what to do, and parties in government to hand over know what to do. Say again, other than that, the casualty with what we do, it is too much in this country.
Onua Ghana form pimpim ne to aba edema Yera John Dramani Mahama se omo epeni bio se wo metwa oman no so na nimpre no so omebu Ghana. Enti bebre na no will want to come to baby adwumede because se omba behwe bi. Omo ba was security muni ahobambo mu no wo afuto bi de ma omo mbebo ye ho ban anything mamufo na nkasa nso.
Yes, first come first serve and say who kwa parents say who ko na who ko so go with somebody. Now kwa did the answer because pressure na wo ho no too much. Edani bi ani ho aye trade and you obey the answer. Because we are more blocking rules no and to be alcohol. But then again, many about America about Independence Square, who share the design of Independence Square. It cannot take too many people. Talking about 8,000 people and answer whatever in that range before the international declaration. And there will be a lot of security protocols. Now, over show 90 years, a cooperative problem among me. Only invitation card, only accreditation. I come back to answer now for TV. But open top because what is the answer? You are open, be aware that you are going there and go with somebody and collect that for public prayer. Only more man, punch cannot have to create public personal security challenge amount. And these are some of the things I want to talk about. If we want to take Independence Square and national security zone for national programs that we are here and any of this program, share the design of national Independence Square again. Let's improve the place.
Jo Richard Kumado ebeda se ne unkomo ene incheche ne adisia yimre ye ne o enya ewo Onua TV so ye da se papa bibia ne ebesan so aba onche biem na ye ne o abedi nkomo e de afri ho. Richard Kumado oye security expert ena ye ne kobo nkomo de sia bibi kakra o parliament sanso ena de course na no Friday ne ho krone ba enti ensem na enonom na enche beko emrahye bedwam na afei ene de course ho no no ye ne mo akwakodi nkomo nanso before ebeko no ensemusa ne omanfo bi ansem o mo ayekeka kire se the 8th parliament fo ya enche ye ne o mo ebewie no ene ma bebre ene bibi ene enema kese ne sisi ye mo my surprises bebre drama ne de e course papa ma even on the screen the crown who said at point na mami a olusu the city your friends slow usu or kwatena kwabna minta kando na so se wabetana komyas minim se na na wobetimi a project sa video na me ahia eno ena kwabrane ote oba wafo ote be ma wafo na so ewo enipadomu onim se camera ebo nanim na ordinance papa no so tim so ye decent one try say bia nka ordinance emu na kura ne sa baako da ha na baako da ha ena madam de nose mask afam na no na ne why say we fra kente ena wote kwabra ne na so ba mi kura hwe na ne wait no mpo na so chen kwabra mi ta kan do wait and so forget bibia ena obu papa ne nam you know enema bebre ne course na ade baako a na me guso na manu guso a me kasa ye betinya livu ne say na nkrofo ahwe eye abra enne ne mfie nan pepepe no mo ebeto aba eyi speaker of parliament ene ni 2 deputies na ekwo wi change sense bebreba ba ya Carlos Kowe ballot papers na edru babia na afi emu ya ye den asrafo yenim babia omofri by from nowhere ene omo ba amrahye bedwam ho ebesise nne minim se bia omo bayi ano na mante de amintimi nche na nabo ame ebesise ne yenim de o my instruction se asrafo no emra parliament ho enima bebre ne course a Ghana fo busa yem parliamentarians say mommra abonte mekire yen momfa no yema na so mamu ebesise na wo mo dis the 8th parliament wo me kwa gugu a enche say no say ebesise na yente ho asem ade ba akoso so e course a ebesise ne yente ho asem a wo yi o mani abeka wo mo ho say the 8th parliament wo mo egu Ghana yem parliament ani mo ase na akọwi ase amfa na nyaaye abre no kwam se na e-levy wo hunana de na omo be pass bill I think na e-levy na nipa dodo a wo mo ebe hia omo no mo vote no na enso ye sabre na adwo asafo dom kwa benya MP na otis America o se UK na o TikTok o sa o ho no ye hia no se ma mi mra so o ma se na ne party for ho ye na shi e na so o ma and from nowhere yenya obi a oni adwo asafo ne hwene na no ne kola se ne osie ne ti se ne osi tena se e de ne betena ho pepepe se eyonwa ebesi se nne yenya anu ye se ewura na oba ho no eyampampa se adwo asafo ana se enya adwo asafo eno konkon ho besi se na ne ye kwakwaji omo kwan baako so e ka ho no eye we say no krampo na ye e friend saying yi bugri na abuwa ho NPP former Northern Regional Chairman one yese tama na IGP issues ba ya no kokọ ye nsem bebre ho nsense yese wo leak tape bi ebesi se ne yate ho hwe wo mantimi ama abonte amekire ye mu amomu de 8th parliament e kwa akogu ena ba ko bi so ye mse ska bi I think there minim se Zoom live there was this issue eno se so obi this bribe bi akọ no mo e mode ndi eno sensem bebre aho enti we nyina mu ko ye be ka mo papa ye be ka mo papa batisho Carlos Ahenkura every 4 years bia ye do sit general ye be ka oni agbodi aho ekoba na sa enye enti ye bom pai se 90 die mo be mo niam yie na nka nkon so atumi aba na ye sanso akọ parliament wo biem ene enua be ma amache okodie ekobo na sese e wo ho no mo na abra edom kuma no ene edom dodo wonom ede won sema hodo ti udwa na wo mo kasa wie no bra yi ni wo mo di nko busa won se na enti mo 8 parliament eduma mo yo ye no eso mo nkasa mo ni ana
Yenya parliament to say Eda. So it was unique in many ways. It was unique in the composition and it was unique with the fact that it was a split parliament. It was interesting generally and I'm sure even with all the difficulties we were able to accomplish a lot.
The 8th parliament came with 8 shortfalls. We had a hang parliament 137. So sometimes decision making has become a bit difficult, and that is also to say that the minority, which is the NDC side, put the government on its tool to make sure that at least the right things were done. And so by and large we were able to protect the public purse. What we were not able to do was to prevent this government from excessive borrowing, and that has skyrocketed the public purse to that magnitude.
A very unique parliament, to my thinking. It's very difficult to have another such parliament. In a situation where, despite the disagreements, we have achieved so much. 60 bills have been passed into laws from Parliament of Ghana, and 5 laws have come from members of parliament, private members' bills. And so it's a parliament that has set a lot of standards. That is so unique in this perspective, unique in this nature, and has given a definition of our democracy to the highest of its limits, where despite the challenges we face, we were able to move to the point where we are now.
8th Parliament, share the way numbers in it here. It is not the luxury as usual. It has actually offered the opportunity to really critique the work of the government of the day, and also to offer alternatives, and sometimes get the alternatives through because of the equal numbers. And sometimes ensure that the people out there, the public that we work to know, say, we are really there. Because when you are in the opposition, you tend to listen more to the general public and then try to bring their wishes and aspirations to bear on the floor of Parliament, and to offer that constructive criticisms of government policies and programs, and ensure, say, the right things are done to meet their expectations.
Okay, nti yemra shebrefefo ni bi na yebuso mo said the 8th Parliament say no mu hu no mo bo mo ho abaso nanso yenye nim se niema ekoso bebre yentumi ka sese be o ma anya hwe adwuma de o mo koyeye utim se bills bebre ene o mo ekopass ya eboaye wo kwan bi so a ba bi so anhyeda mo nanso de enye ankoyi a ekoso nso no ye kana majensa na yaka e de amamo se na ebe ya the course last 4 years 8 years yensan so ehu biom ewo yabato emotitiro say yababeko new parliament no emu anas the 9th parliament no yabekwa ahoma so na ye ne Dr. Richard Amahoba akodi nkomo ne abusa ewo amonyosemu se the 8th parliament the course so ene the sisi ye no ohun ne sen na de ade bio so na all expect se the 9th parliament wonom ebeyo se niema beko boko ana se I don't think say in fact niema nko boko e wo the 9th parliament because bibia da boko the SAC esie wi utimi say wide difference ne womti o ha bia menye hwe se betumi abam sa nenso se ne nyam yedi hu enkomo na yetie eno da chi so yewura John Dramani mama ha ma se okọ abankese mu a wa sha se the list bi aba wono ebeye adwuma eno se ebedi ne bedi hu enkomo na list ne ba na manfo bi ebusa kase ase yenhu new edifufro bi ewom ebio dada no ana wogusu ono om enam sa din dada no ene nkrofo dada no ono om eye adwuma ewo na mamu a ebetwa mu mrebi no the same people ene ono om esan so aye adwuma bio nti die na ekoso sebe okọ opposition no wahye ne niema yi osia bibi film na so munyina ahwe mu mistakes o mo ye nti obi e correct ne ho a saa mfom so no ebi emabi wana ye ne yewura Dr. Richard Amakoba bedi hu enkomo na fe oba yahwe na yafa de afri hono na bibia nso no etumi akoso nana Richard aba hello yewura imre good evening. Okay, nti ene ye hwe kwan se ye ne Dr. Richard Amakoba bedi enkomo na fe ya hwesi esi etie enti quick one yakọ mrahye bedom honum ebiem na ene ensemo a edom dodo wonum ba no dani ede tudwa ene edom kuma ba no dani ode tudwa na abrokro na so number 3 ye speaker of parliament wono so wode etudwa ye hyase mfiri edom kuma enche wobeba na wabeye edom dodo ba no dani ye rato forcing enyumre yemse ene after say wode message no ebetudwa no Ghana for dodo no ano ebo waba so timer na yewura Haruna Idrusu no mu eyi no de waba no bebre ne kaseti a kyeremu se Haruna oyobi a eba monyosemu a wadi mu akotena kyetitiro ni parliament adwuma no wawe ache a se wokase wo sesa no a wo sesa enyeye nanso enne omanfo kye se wa prove hu se free break akrani a ye de sa di bread ema no ugusu a wusua de because ensem wode tu dwane nyina no ensem bi a ase me tie me se ochina pa na yekoto aba enka margin ne kra je emnyan no enka ye betwim like ko benya more e de aka ho because okaka ne ma hodo bebre aba we se ba ya obeyo ya ammo me no mienu nti a ejina so Ghana for e de sa so twen amano de edi ho mo kasa de fa e-levy ampani for de betchen Ghana for kom na obode ba parliament abre no na MPP for ne kura dom dodo nti wo mu chinchim Ghana for nsa buye kom etwa di fa yetiko ebewura yenum e na omode sa e-levy no anese wo send this card ya mobi a wo send no ye tew na de okwa yi no so no ya sanso atena no akwa ye nsem bebre a ha adwe papa ye eno okakai Ghana for say eniema aba we e de ye famu ya wo de fa mu bi no okaka e ho a okasa e de fa ho eno e da kire nso so a ebi etise enei covid-19 sika eno ye hu kwan ye fa so a hihye sika ne ye a ekokọ ye si one time mumbebu nkonta nso koye boachi bidin ye hu nkonta bo papa bia no eno so wakasa tie kire mu se eno so ya ade a one de ne refida a e hu nsem so eba ebeto dwa ene da duabra na yewura atofo sen wode ne nsem etudwa akasa na wachire niema aban we yoya amwa menu mienu ane ede akọ ahochire mu na owie ye keka akoya kopie mu Bank of Ghana ehon so sesabe Bank of Ghana eye aban adwuma aban atenaye a sebi ye sika ne ho nkro ne banya onom abankuam ne da nanso emre besi twa mu koye wo mu etwa sika ede begu eba ya na Parliament o man fanko ankwankwaje approval say o betumi aprint sikai anaso mu ntwa eno so mu si o machi eye niema saa sese ase wo abam ntie kan bibia lata moimoi na o mu bọ mu motuom e de kire ye enti o bobọ ni nyina so ema chese eto ahodo eni niema bia ensem fata senka abanwe eyo e de Ghana fo e no ye e de tia enya eno no ene nsem a ye rato forcing wo kaka ye e de tujwa na wakaka bebre na ebreni ntimi nkyerehye ni mu emfa nkyeremu nti edom kuma no de nyame ya adoma from wachina in fact from enana do the show midnight echo ni dibie ebesesa free speaker benkum so no ne dom nyina san so a movie akọ ni nifa so na kyese wonom edom dodo a wo mu ewo emrahye bedwamu na on the edom dodo no side so ye rafenyo markings ono so obi so eka asem se papa no nani da hopa or a good politician because baby or shas yet nsem etutu dwa no or they ase unu obi enya ntawantawa bi unim se wudi for pa nti wa hyeda do ho akọ a wo ke kan bibi dia brobra bibi so se na ebe ya bi ahomobro bi ebetumi akom crofo so ye strategic pa e wo no so ni speech ane or the etu dwa no first of all or dampenifo bebre ase se wo mo onya sa position e wo mrahye bedwam enche bebre wa hyeda kura ni post ancha hin bia sa e na Ghana for mom red card o da yewura Swami MP na anu ada na na ye dom dodo yewura o se chairman sabon so da na se passe ya na ye yeti abontie nim so mo issues nanso issues bi ani ho woni na church no kwan abefa so ne ho nkro ne ba o da na so ho ono ankasa nua be maken Canada compre kwa Japan wo da na se esan so edam panifo bebre ma impo speaker na ankasa ne yewura Haruna wonom ewodom kuma efa enche on be kodom dodo mu no wadom nyina sese wo matete no aye adwuma besisa abre na yeso on the operation touch everybody wo ho eno so mo de ba se wa obeye se bi ehunhuna bi na se ne wo ka omunipa ba kon aka mu nyina etu oduwachi eno so kan ho nsensem e de enhihye bi aban we de ba ye na free senior high school ya obo wa kra na free senior high school abusia kom de na munye ne maye e de free senior high school obi ene obeka se free senior high school policy na enye policy ne na eye nenso implementation no eniema na senke komu ankom ekofa o how de ba ya na school no sese ye hu Ghana ye school no system no bi na mumpo ye ya wofo nyina ye se bibia brim ye ni so ni no bobo so ana so sabra na apa ho sa ado ase oyina campaign platform so de o kan nyina atwam ka bia ye tie ni waye ho hwia enye yard points grampo no no ni college minority for no yo afenyo marking yes ni edu microphone ni ye ni say ni sa amoso obra twam ye nakọ na nanu a bra bese kwotena minority side o se da bi sunsum from there ochina ahomachi yayi u firi ho akotena ho enti ya na wa ba ma sa sunsum kro no wa me hu se na esitie enti eno so ene de call mu enrahye bedam bi eno no ena yen speaker so ene otimi so no so kasa pa eda enipa edom dodo ene kuma ne nyina se e wasetena pa wono mu atena na o chese Ghana had me yen parliament 8 parliament obeka so mo de ase mo hu nsem na edof dodo mo jinsamu ane ye hu hwie ye ena o se mo na mo keka sa ukwa mama bi so a o mo hu yen se yenye de no eye papa ebinum kura ba eba besia bibi edekọ enti ono so kan se bebre ai no so no sa pepepe na etie ewo yen mrahye bedwamu a eno no ene ensem a ene ekoso ewo ho enti se le medi kankan ye hwe ani mu se ye sa be kan yewra Richard Amoakoba a ono so waye political science analyst ye ne bedi nkomo ne abusa se ye 8 parliament de ekoso ho na enche ye be ko ye night mu no de ade na wo se ye ne hye ne yie ewo the 9th parliament emu ansakrampo na nyame adom a ochina wono ahye won dwumadi ahodo ase na ya hwede ebekwa akosi enti emu ensemwa eno no menu mienu enim se de ebesie nya sie wemanfo ebusa se esem di kaka se list a yewura John Dramani Mahama wode aba no bebrena no ekasa efa ho bebrena no ekasa edefa ho nanso enya de se wo mu ne ho ensem tu edwa bebre kasa edefa ho se omo a omo ede omo list na band the same people yehu omo ewo abandada no mu ena wasan so do omo eba bio enti eno no ena ebesi akọ ede afa enti ye hwe se yensa ebetumi aka ye hwe se yensa ebetumi aka yewra ana ebekọ parliament bi right okay na fe okay na yakohwe se ne esi etie ho na awia ni mu be no mienu ho abra na wo mo eba obia de ne insem eba abeto edwa no mu me ni kan ko parliament wona ye nkohwe de awia ye koso kakra ye baba sesia ye ba
dispensation has often scored low marks when it comes to performing its oversight function, simply due to the excessive executive overreach. This 8th Parliament has proven that there is hope for proper executive oversight by the legislative branch of government. With the hung Parliament, we have had many instances of the House standing up to the executive, and many government businesses and proposals that were considered to be against the interests of the Ghanaian people were not supported by this House. And so I'm not surprised the majority leader, the leader of the House, itemized some of those businesses. It was not just the minority that stood against it, but some members of the majority also agreed that they were not in the interest of the people of Ghana. And that is how this House succeeded in exercising oversight over the government. We resisted the passage, for example, of the e-levy bill. We even initiated a vote of censure against a minister of finance, and it found favor with members of government who constituted themselves into a group and held a press conference to make a call, a very passionate call to His Excellency the President to do what? To remove the Minister of Finance in question. We set up a committee to investigate the COVID-19 vaccine procurement contract, and we investigated a number of petitions. And on your behalf, I want to applaud the work of the Public Accounts Committee. They did a very good job, and very soon it will be disclosed how much has been retrieved by the state that would have been lost if not for the vigilance of the Auditor General Department and led by the Public Accounts Committee. So congratulations, Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, in the person of Honorable James Kruje Aveji. Honorable members, we had 225 committee sittings. The details are in the report. We also filed a total of 1,449 questions.
Yes, I enter so ebiamunti and the course of parliament ni bi na kakra ye chichem na ye twam ede amamona fa ye kwa homa no so tel na ye ne ye ramon kote ni nkomo oye pani a ono so abe ba enkronkro amamuo ni mu empontujuma okonanim a nei obaboae na fa ye di nkomo mira ayimrei afishapo na wadarumo ene ya me yadoma the 8th parliament ye de eba wieye ye ka se makiomo a obemo mbe sen
I think from the minority to the majority in terms of changing leadership and then some petty confrontations between leadership and speaker, and then the number of bills are much mere passing, and the totality of the economic condition of the situation of the country now. Because some of the issues also every one in terms of some economy, no, and so everyone loans be and now Sozenka estate and so boni bi o wa ye de bebo parliament ni na enti me di o mo two tables no ma mark wo mo a hand parliament there make me more 75%.
Oh, and there's 70 there a pass mark you ana.
Oh yes. How my idea because hand parliament that na hand parliament no any better out. Speaker wa ya di papa speakers ne deke ni na no ebi enu a enya bibi close secret
of course
na hand parliament no say Ghana no ye the party in majority and in minority ye di yetuma ye fa caucus ene yetuma na we koto abano party ni na no e pai seka. And the Bakuno Becca independent lady, or no party, yet didn't party be a majority. And Intina speaker say Dima almost say majority caucus. And then say, ye can remember party in your pie. It is over here. Someone not president, Nanado, over inaugurated parliament way. Okachara almost said, parliament way there. Need consensus and the collaboration normally are your demand. Now, majority for independent in the town. Now, more Muslim, I almost said the Omania majority below. But only majority. And let the man obey the speaker. And you should tactics, diplomacy, strategies. Now, do baby, let me say, or I can tell you, or a parliament, the Jumana, and when you move the bar. Let me know, Sankomo, Limpapua, and all the city more. Come or Bray Papa. So far, so good. Oman fire and kosher, but na like say, Omano ade butusa. Although economy no anye ne se no, yetumi akinchim na fru ma in the business and purpose way. A big parliament in the war, a band say, a timid swama and topsy war. Emma, I had the air. But we know how much mere manager, so cheap, reporting me, I did it no air manner. No one say, I never tell among me. The gun of warfare, Kotu Ababima, or Kotu, boom, at the Ama NDC. And it's a chin, a copy, NDC afa. And the economy, she won, and said, Omoya to get majority, what it means is a minority, no crown, almost no man, yes, she cried, if you're many number almost but yes, not quite one party bigger. Now, you are mamma, some no any guy of food in any normal to Abama, or you'll be our uncle yet. Tinti, Obia, or Babe, Sisha, Yen, so you say, a dear Chemuko. And she's 75 maybe or Mudizabo.
Mira, what are my son here? Baby, I would deviate and I may busa my next question at the FE. Usha says in Yame Adma from a now mache equi, a dom kumanu or more brashebedremno. We are sure, say, or met to me, I'm mache a dom dodono. Looking at our numbers now, share a dom dodono numbers are. Or my Jumaya.
Mache the Yifrimu because Machi. We are saying you need parliament and will be court. I'm a Supreme Court ruling say you need 138 to take a decision. And if the voice someone and I'm one it means to say almost here a MPP for Ghana almost take a decision. And the match there's no match. According to I black up for couple ball no money I brigade for Akusia. Now match no you ever say.
Na sasa oman to me so volume up omo president or parliament hono mo a mama mo no nya bi because ekoban sa de omo ne be free abamu e de aba parliament wo bia ne ye enyo ye ne de ko eno no enya sunsunso wa mama no mu
eno na me ka se omo anya ne ye no mo ye no en ko biaga area majority ya beto aba de bia no moare minority enti naka madinimu die eka I was senka IPP bono pe obia we are very careful obetimi ama NDC for no
tough time
ama na kunya ama no expressing of them in a way Ghana for who say minority no kabi but omusu koshi aye no omupe atino style no well omu party and that is how they want to handle it because omusu no strategy no I don't know how good it is for the NPP at this stage because we never know yen say you carry the woman no akwese or to momoni bi share NDC for no na wa prepare omo kakra na omo go funa akoye bibibi e wo I don't know whether that guy is good because it is used in the court room but not in parliament. Because parliament is a court room. No one share opposing side, what shall the before Amanaka can someone I didn't go jail. Oh, I mean now a strategy but on the floor of the house, sir, I approach ye need you we need cool-headed people. Now, the issue is not for we are discussing sort of the NDC for the background. I said almost because of common number now. The opportunity will be given to the opposing side, by a minority in the crowd. We're going to micro, but Omenya phobia can one majority. Nanka opportunity to express one. Not yet, you I Ghana for you. Say, oh, where the NDC for the body, and yet, but when Papa can start here, we are because the same NDC they are in the majority, and they want to walk over him. So, on this approaching back. So, let's see if maybe he will change his style. And then this you will accommodate him.
And see, Yanina for your markings, so ye, Wushemu, wine and Kaesenka, apart from after your one and combat me, no Abba. Oh, sir, I could do a fine speaking guy. Or punching, but on yet, I already think of a yellow. Kojo de upon Cromana Okayana. Okay. But if the other party needs to say Nifisa Kaka, I was so back bench no or Tietedo, I was so back bench no not feel Fiwa, or Tia Bay leader. And Tibia Omu Grumuno. But so far as I'm concerned, no, Simeon started a courtroom start. I wonder if in this situation. All right, see, your film Russia Bedema, young Tin Simo, Yera, Mahama, Namamua, Enche, Obesafremo say, and Crawford Brebe, Casa, and her pressure, Baba Mahama, so looking at, I say, Crawford expecting Yama be brave free no ho, Obediatumsa. So will be a one by Bermuda and Camedia Tumsa. Now, what about Bermuda? I'm the actions and inactions of the style now the Bayano, Emma, Ghana 40 years. And he said, about pressure, I think, or managing so easy. Ghana food in other theater. Yeah, or my team, no. So, share. Send your topu, your Yama, and you see Captain Sikia. Send your green, any catastrophe, and come your question saying, baby, I know me. And Kofoka be less than 200,000. And then come through you see in our Benua. Less than 200,000. Whether they are businessmen, they are politicians, they are whatever. The South Nipa Kakrano at the expense of Nipa with the Beninano because they have the opportunity. And that I know this time, no, everybody is going to be very careful. Not Ghana for I to Abama or Munsen for. And so because there's going to be challenge on yes, I know that. Energy side, the whole thing, electricity side. Bernardo, a giant car. They are my monument to car. The Ghana for individual car. Sika, and Yama edit to tools are edited to an instruments edited to also a Tabia Deno, you debate Pianino. Of the Nina Akoti, Akosisia, Akoti Ska, and you can free Akodu, the Yakudu. And I just maybe I establish for a new instrument. And it's better take some years and then I secure them. And there will be pressure somehow. But I think JM knows how to handle the situation. And in China,
One person said, no, I was here resetting on mine. So, and yes, but I think that he can handle it.
O expect say Onua or bubo mudi pese obeka na mamu ho no. Old names no ye maintaining and as ye mfa from eka ho.
Oh, the old ones and what there. I don't know whether who or mayor, and we have to look at period na era mama and a DM now for your president. When we look at that period and what really happened, well, I am a confocan, the doom so, or what can satisfy here, or better electricity no and or carry. Because the generation power was not there. And our people equipment, machinery, and our plant. I bet you now over 200 megawatts now. It may take it 2 years for engineers to construct that equipment. And the time of buying what can you now get and show paper across the moon now I arrangement for plant here. Mary nominate Tanya Madame now quite a gap in terms of the area doing so. But there was nothing like that. Power no and very or better carry yet engine and this bomb. It was not there. Tama you are a two name or short to yellow. I saw for no more fire. Okay. And it's that time, inquire arrangement and what talk 200 megawatts burning and sun. And Gabama buy and I didn't buy then can you go to me? Because the economy, sorry, or this a oil repair. Not the economy then you middle income status. Middle income status, no, never be brave, and you need power to support all those things. And I hear power, no. And the NPP bad corruption, doom so say, yes, I can afford to about a year, Mamma. And here, Mamma, on shed Daniel be Biana and yet. He said, yeah, a coming yam, you call open market cry, your may escape. And there are two different group of people, and you won't say no. I think, yes, meaning say, pressure by so, but when the old hands, you know, Bolivian war, sure. Here we are, Julius, Deborah, we're fine gentlemen. Sure. Prosper Bani, fine gentleman. What do former Attorney General, no? Former very brilliant lawyer. Extremely. Good, they are all good people. Yes. They can assist. And yet, the extraordinary. Sure. But pressure now. I have been up by the bar 2016. Now, wash it, Emma Ghana for. Sure. So they decided to vote him out. The old people now, they battle. I think that okay. So fresh ones means why not? Okay. Now, Yafa and Common Emie, Osha ministers are or Castle no Bayer Juma looking at Ghana, baby, a year call any baby you do. Ebefa. Hello? Pashoti me come, Mr. Kote. Oh, sir, Kafra. Mpasha Fred Otiminka. Medase. Nami Busase. Looking at Asamoah Yera Jem or catcher said the ministers or better so about 50 saying and I 66, right? 66. Or the system ministers Ebe Jumano. Ebe oh yes. I want to say the Nando and then have by no. But yeah, or the ministers you go through. I do baby now. Or yes, first, no meaning say, Ukramatic, a Libya, or Milibaya Dimano. Saturday, the same thing. I sorry, be all mobile booms are the same thing. Because my chat here, beginning now, oh yes, only the ministers. I think when young ministers, number 123. Maybe I understand. 4 ministries be our tier. Let them here. And you will be in a local government. Sanitation ministry. Special initiative. There was this third one, Zongo development. And they don't obey any district bin. I will a full ministry, man.
Job for the boys.
Don't obey. I don't want to know. Some of the our district bin. And it's all the development of one district to a fuck district. So, and rural integration. Also, Onua, Oba, regional integration. Oba, the second term, and we'll not go off and we'll just sanitation. I don't think I want people on that view. Because now, wait. So, James you sit there. Why not? Everything has to be a boom. Because now fisheries are great in quantity. Deputies work fish are great in Ankata, horticulture, wine, Nina, again. I didn't come here. I didn't January. So, I think that no crown, no care also.
All right. Yebeda say miracle say ena anadwo da show me senkeja obeda kakra na ebo bet fofa waso TV ahe onua hu de ekoso parliament nanse eba wo nchen watimi ene edi nkomo yeda se pa Afinsha Pabioso. Yera Monkote or your governance experts, and I am Codin Comofa, Yamrash bedroom, ye we at Tisi Mukoshe, a mamuo, any home encrone ba emu, and Yahokosia be Eddie Frimutia free ne echo ye the impatua fidino, and was said a da unia. FM ne Onua TV so enti mame enkonaja mene Sir John from Akoma FM enura obedu nkan enne yene ne ye adwuma no pay yene ne ginemu atel se ye bewie bibia Sir John madwu bieme
enua
wonya bibia di
bibi di enya bia di
kumasini di develop fufu di
waba no
wadi kumasini ma ne mo ne banku ne dokuna banku kra de ye
wabu ada
banku kra de ye kakra
yes wani fufu wabu ada
me ma ni fufu da kro na me ho yira me
wani nyina ye se eje ni nyina na benya na pepepe to le bia open here also ujai bibi na odi ayi bibi nti definitely ni nyina ye for God and country ebefa
we ode calculation na mu
ebefa pa
all right nice one Sir John offer ye ni nkomo nyame adom ene ohwemu a menyini said the course last 4 years crofo we ballot papers no kwani ba no ye be experience be this time around ye hu bi because the major events ni na wiai o matete ni na fi ho nti aka and the tetebe 2-3 be pen aka say ye clear fi ho
so say mame ka bibi fam free baby a governance expert we about number of ministers mampani Arodan Kwakufado e dey adwuma in fact clearly mampani Arodan Kwakufado ene ebo 12 abe former president the wada na diwo na mamuemu am ehu say ministers bebre no ehu hia because mampani eba no so open ntem he was in a hurry nti oyenema bebre titeti ministries bebre na at the end of the day some ministries no o show madwuma ye dem o so mo nya nanka ehunu say ye other ministries e wo existing ones and kedi kwa kwosho masia komo beye special initiative monitoring and evaluation any other ministries ame ubusame ameka cho say na hu hia so man e ba he ho na o hwe ba bia o man ye population any economy ne city no a ye be sa spend sika create another ministry. If I say ministry say be nyina no, omo ba omo say the cost enam. Because
you're so creative office man or
man
staff or no be logistics and all that.
Enti when you look at those things, now we baby or man ya bedru pa dia. Me hu say ministries bebrebe na you create na hu hia. Enti nei e be ka say consolidation of some ministries. E bia ministries bi o ho a ye be fa we dia kwhye we mu. Ye de say youth and sports education be ka ho a ye hu bi pen.
Oh sure.
You see, inti technically, near be oha. Emwa or mine going forward. I also see a year in free home. Inti 60 ministers me ubusamia. My catcher say, Mujidi say ultimately the year Juma or mine in say be focused. Not the pesse and the bit my say, yeah, and she say ye. Near say hard direction when you do money for. Yeah, 24-hour economy. And now, yeah, they be growing in economy, no. You focus anywhere. I mean, you your key pillars in the ministry.
Of course.
A bit my Jumano. Inti for 60 ministers, so to me, yeah, a plus at the man.
Of course.
Me who say President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. There are a lot of things that ye mubu ha ye share ni mu say urbano. Ye be mu say why experienced. Okotena fie mistakes be a bus a course one amamu osua de ma bebre. In fact mampani arodan kwakufu ado amamu de woti akire na o hye de e course ana o hye de e course na when your opportunity so be so man na I mean there's no need to also fail because there are a lot of mistakes a course wo na na arodan kwakufu ado amamu a ni nyina so offer pen and paper de to ho a critically with me analyze and say way. And I feel that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will share the conduct, how or carrying on this time. And there may be a so in this government. Response eba mampeni na nkasa mu obeba santimantem na constituency oba santimantemu a eto abapa kwa abiri is for yebusa mampani yakwanye na obeye den oseme monsa no muamodia na se mo na monsa no so kwa to ma NDC a me fa me ho bey at that time na uhun se na arodan kwakufu ade kwan no obo no obi a no di akira no be fa so bia na etro de ma no. Because someone who can turn in and they are not good party.
Does it mean, say, this semi be on more Casavia or qual on reflecting who said, Asima mekan ye, Ninisan Kamekanas, I know Nim Crawford, catches a look. Okay. Oh, Cassel bedroom more in semi be on more. And Yakrano a minute because the more our voice now say, oh, fresh enemies be.
The Abema bones will be a casem. Now, someone who say on your opportunity
or apologize.
You get it.
And as a sign, I'm making statements. You know, I will say,
Ubi. I mean, Sanya, but now who say, Nana Rodanko Kufado. Why not just say, oh, mine, the second term, dear. Why will you be BT and the first time be opportunity when your second term or the baby one? No. Yawaha Ghana for calling for reshuffle. Ghana for Cassaman Penny baby, and ye quay. Ministers no dos no do. Sabi ewura nkwa.
And they were not even they were specific on Ninu friend say
Kenoforiata.
I mean
ampani say wa wo tie kire na wo kasa either say one wo your position and a person na mamu no enema bi jigu and answer number 2 wo your party ni na wo kan wo your reserve player opebo ni bi abo. So you look at some of these things and I feel that now the president-elect wakon was a baby or wakwanya said there may be a seer in the first term and as in the first time obey a president second opportunity when you on sign repeat view list of the abano let me go through now the question is senka on your opportunity when 2016 nanka some of these people nanka odombe twaso and I will be job The answer is that we share lister a wahaya. They are no chief of staff. They are no interior minister. They are deputy chief of staff. In fact, there are others no most who year Juma in various ministries and they almost so I am matured. Of
course.
The expectation is that leader no wakwaba nyema bebre no mahu wono ankasa go through into so failure. That is the point. Ayana mostly appointees no na ya a leader into the ditch. But one also we leader na we appointing nipa no e dey na wo ye so wetim dia save you. I expect that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama from Ochina, there are a lot of things yeshe na so betimi aye dia boye enti hono ne ministry na appointment ne ade eba no e dia obi abe lobby but ni nyina mu no onim obi a onim obi a onya akwanya. Oh yes, onim obi onya akwanya obi a ode ne ko hwe amnam in 2016 elections ma odu see no enei obehu ba bi ode ne befa anaso obehu ba bi a ono so decision obetima make you on that particular person. Enti all in all, the expectation is that the president-elect, Nyame Admo Ochina, or swear now obey the next president within the period of 4 years. Yesheni mu say experience awakonya or the beba amanema akuyi.
Na with the okay, obi to say Felix Kwachi Ofosu. I'm proud of him.
Oh yeah.
Because timer there some years back the whole issues ninsenseme ba ye ne ho nkoreba amunabam he's been able to I say wa carry ne ho aye adwuma ma in fact me who say oh for we no more appointing am say oh papa it is possible say obeka omo a GM person no omo aye adwuma no.
There are some people JM epo masem.
Naturally,
yes,
genuinely.
Ebi no wo ha genuinely omo so ma nse sifem. Ebi wo ho so a.
Obi ti
Obi I mean in the first term, there are a lot of people that ebi ene na omo maturity aba. Who say obekai the late John Rollins.
Okay. Babies with sharp teeth.
Sa group no. But I'm sure say
no come home.
But I'm sure say be na mature.
Of course.
Yes.
Okud jet to say.
We sure say no. Yes, be na amateur. Enti but Felix you be obey. Oh yes, obey no.
And yes, be obeying.
The last time I heard, the last time I share Felix.
I think you're just Nancy, but I met him at the.
Na only needing coma. No, very positive.
Yeah.
Say opportunity more almost 7 years at that time. Some baba be ni meyi. Nti obi a waje atum say oba be adwuma no. Wo ade ba ko pe e da wotim. Let's go and right wrong sir. Yeah, in the first time, in your opportunity, assume. I mean, yeah, show me some bebana on Baba Sum, na Ghana, so I call him. Maybe a Ghana could do no. Here or more, Sikadie, or Betty Sikadie so. Because or minor, and you know, credit say or minor, you can also Sikasemu, Debbie. Or minor Sikasemu yet, only experts, our woman Sikasemu dim coma. Catches or minor, even though omo very positive say and never be a
scanning baying.
Yes, you bet me but you hear Crawford or may ready some minor. And those are the people I expect to say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Ebebo Mudina or my Babesum Ama Libya Koso Kama.
Back to your parliament, your 8th parliament.
Yeah.
What says your mom saying?
Yen 8th parliament. Unim, the expectation are not Ghana for share from the 8th parliament. Ebe a hang parliament for the first time Ghana ni who be that. Now man for GD say, oh, I mean, yenya akwanya ma ya share our parliament those in opposition ebe chi aban no asi ne kwan so checks I was a parliament e de ma the executive ombetima ye no ma ye ni even omo ye the majority group krano the expectation no say anka bill be on the parliament bia no ombe ni because omo say numbers and shedam favor omo sa say omo eye ne mabasa troka the other side will make sure say the right things are done but unfortunately ne mani bi ho from both sides you could read say na edru ba bi no the na Ghana for na yehwehwe ne ye nya free omo e-levy eba parliament eniema bibiri na ni hu ye workouts ahodo ye mpene emenya eventually ne pass e-levy
nyere ne hu address second address for ho.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is one of the things they see parliamentar ebeka ne ebesi ne yenya investigation am ye hu ni pakro ebesi ne this same parliament na ye wa ha ombeka che say oh obi ra parliament say enko de sikabi ba parliament at point when you kind of reata issues a lot of things and they see in this parliament and also besi ne ehwehwemu bia mai you get it and genuinely from both sides the minority group and the majority group and yema na nke show mani mu say even though yes the minority side no be hu say omo omo afamu de me kai when appointment ebae na their appointment committee ekotena say so omo go through vetting no ma share report ahodo bae there were some ministers ebedu the plenary no ka say omo endorse omo but ni nyina na fam obi be ka say is it that aban no netimi hu how or handle the other group ana is it the case say aban no ehun how bo wale bi hu ni say sa parliament e bia amanfo nso afa ho edidi these are I mean manfo adwen amanfo afa ho de edidi because decisions bi o ho ekoya to say we dey obeka say every ensu asepa so o do sabom say emfuturo nko you get it enti me say me score this parliament I'll out of 100 remember 60%.
Hey.
Oh yes.
Quite almost 75.
Okay, well, they remember almost 60%. Because they remember bebre ho they abegu yetiri so. Both sides. I'm not looking at the government in power. But the course of parliament biano. You we na babontia, you say a parliament na
yeah, of course.
The other side no tiase no my assurance on ba taxes on be free ho. E-levy, betting, nisa nemande.
Bet.
Na
me trebi.
Uchebi. Oh, sir. Which Mrs. Why?
Apeja.
Now the wow phone cha.
Or didn't they try bad scan bad the mama.
No dear. Or the mom. Nti wa nkasa wo didi bia.
Oh, me didi.
Just wait to their taxes ni bia ama ban. That is fine. Ti. ANSMP in this parliament. But all in all, Ghana for actually some pe sa hank parliament or whatever. Omum pe biu. Until this time, abaya oba. I mean,
yeah, mao.
I mean, you have that control.
Yeah.
Who control whatever decision also will take you. The executive instrument also mampeni you will do it. They also call parliament. Maybe a decision be also a reverse na. You can do it. Sure. The expectation in the say abaya way will not have excuse.
Of course.
Say and I call a delay parliament. I mean. So Meubusamia, I'll give them 60 out of 100. 60 out of 100.
Would you say Edom kuma nyame ya adoma ene midnight ekwe benya omono? Yemo mo kwada fia na se omra parliament because
no so mo ba.
O hwe we na ase as Mr. Kote said omo hu nhye da hia bebre sa.
Omo hia pa. omu hia unsa enye niam ni nyina na ye no wo ka say chamber ho there are a lot of things that cause committees are do ye MPs bia genuinely we MP here on the floor of parliament we share parliament proceedings cause of parliament unti omoneda but omukọ or at the committee level they contribute pa
a lot of work
enti the ebema obi beka say mamma because maybe decision on the floor of parliament but let's not forget say decision be ebeba say ye the aba floor no ye hwe na either say be vote and as ye beje proposals ahodo no na ni nyina no dodo na committee at the committee level the committee will sit on it normally hu nkomo ni nyina so no both sides obi our reps also ranking members ne chairperson and the ranking members ne members of the committee omu nyina ka ho bi na eso nti so obi ka say MP bi nkotena fie because or the opposition or minority and omo numbers no ensia na so relevant or the floor of parliament many say ni pa na nyadwen because committees ahodo no adwuma wo ho ye nyina ebetena se aye say ye budget and a beba ye wie say minister be ready we are ye pia de ma finance committee mon kotena se na mon hwehwem say education committee mon kotena se na mon hwehwem fa wadwen bra ye wie na ye kan nyina bomu a na ye de aba bedan speaker say we adwuma we ene ye kwakoye ho no na bia committee no wo mo decision bi o mo take ye no yes ene ye nto so aba ana ye musa the chamber now say plenary ne beka ene bia beka say at that time the minority is not relevant in that discussion because majority no enya I mean the numbers to go ahead with bibi on person here but me ubusami a also moko da bia also da bia moko ye parliament aye wono and mehu say enema bi sisa even though ye nyam rantia young guys awomoko but I believe that ye kɔ animu no mene honorable say chairman sabosu di nkomo kumase o say the aye hu o parliament nyina de ba kɔ very important ne say parliament omo de ye mra no mo hye other things ebe ka ho enti say ye de obi de proposal bi kɔ emra bi ba say ye nhwe na ye ni hu nkomo a that moment MPs also moko parliament no 275 na sisi aye wono ubekom na be 80 pena ewo parliament because of I mean minim say nimdia about law ana whatever ebi moko ho say sika na bi mo nya no mde kotena ho nti obi ho kra na owo the majority side but the relevance has in parliament jumedi in terms of emrana adeno on fanya she on contribute to she nti
maybe abese twem kokra say constitute me refi almost no mu hu so omo MP kasa nti they voted against the person
you get it but enema bebre ho
e bisu na on kasa on so ye adwuma
the committees
yes committee level but because omu hu say ojina so miemia microphone Mr. Speaker blah blah you know and because of that they don't see him on TV
I don't remember be my kind of me ubusame a obi ahu hia obi ahu hia
Ebiasida Sergio Ebiasida omo tutia ni because omo ntai hu no I think Asokore na honorable lawyer
Asokore mu de he
Asante Asokore Efijasa Asokore lawyer I think on the call ya ibai
before you were
free year lawyer obirefi
maybe I'll get the name
amuhuno meanwhile no ye adwuma no ye adwuma committee level but because sometimes you know when p kasa or yes me MP ni so ye adwuma e bi so kra committee level ho no a on kaja
entunim say MPC bi o ho a oba Ashanti region say MPC bi o ho a omo strategy is that say ye enhu me because me nkrofo monitor the course of parliament okay if that's the case and on radio on TV I mean, use our platforms, no. Na me manfo.
Obi kra ma me din no. Not Sokorefija but Upper Danger West. Honorable Nana Mwako.
Okay.
Okaya.
Okay.
Nana Mwako. Also, I think the former station one na hoye dia Solar FM.
Okay.
Or you be anon kasa. Ono naturally onyo obi kasa. Even omunya omo choruses kakra na oba you don't unhu sa okasa. You know, to such a person, or say they voted against it because almost meanwhile, every weekend be no about the constituency. So because no who say oja parliament or kasa or yes almost one year. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, obi so ka Kennedy can come. Kennedy can come. Ashanti region.
Okay.
On case no was no nenye Kennedy can come there no nenye say oko SMP no mututia no. Kennedy can come echo for oko primaries.
Lawyer Jane.
Steven Amwaseka.
Sorry, as a Korea Fija say Lawyer Jane.
Okay.
Over the about Facebook. Thank you so much, Facebook for no.
Enti Kennedy can come there oko primaries and Astika too no. Nti ono dia no different from Nkoma Yidi. You obu ho
China movie.
You obu ho a ono dia no ye say delegates and infili no. Delegates na infili no matter aba na dia tia no. But one thing minim say bia ye koyeri mu no. Ye betimi amaya tia ase about committees how committees hold on ye omadwuma of parliament. And no ebe boa ya me yetima position ye ho yi. Obu ho a genuinely okọ parliament a nipa na sa mote so be sorry kra ma speaker ana speaker kra ma speaker hu no kra no why you kra no eza akwada wo say nkra bi classroom kra bi how abe pa ba won pekasa yesa wa wo frɛ no
science students no e ko mo kusa show mo ti
yes inti
kasa o he odin
inti that is that inti yeah say we have positive I mean, parliament, ibitimi enya nema hodupi. One thing so very important. The anti-LGBTQ plus.
And there's some more here, but Olumana.
No, baby Edri. And he said after swearing in.
That will be his first.
That will be pressure and also ebeba and so and baby me share in parliament no ye the independent candidates and I say MP select omo
new ones
yes nipa 9 no you see
nipa 9 there
nipa 9 independent MPs elect yes omo na me share say see idea clearly asata no pano na A+ the issue ana
no say ba your 9th parliament
ye
me 8th no
ye me 8th no
ye 8th I be for 9th no thank you
into 8th parliament the idea naka I think that
yeah speeches now above both minority and the majority and the speaker himself did you listen to them
yes me tie omo
okay so
ni nyina ye a summary of enema akoso ewo ho and obesha both the minority and the majority groups no omo leadership obia kai processor omakom omu rise to baby omu ababedru in fact they be mo call omu be nyina
in fact
entire parliament
sorry to cut you me crampo there me share na me catch em ho say enne ana so kire na ebeto aba nka to force niema okai as ode call back okaka niema ye go through ntinka Ghana for beto aba no be 10,000 times e de tia party a chino mukoi because on my car can never be brave and I was like I to force a I said what my pains beer you ask ye real year fin what sign Eddie brain because Bank of Ghana for sick be or moko try no I'm a parliament coffin and we say papa no or bosso and me told me Nana and some zero
and some and nina be guide going forward sa we nyina course nyina be guide o mamu how a ombe o montotoye like na meka afenyo markendi baby a o starting na kakra obe majority group leader and ho nsem bebre Now we share, but you see, or make reference to how or say chairman sabusu.
No.
Abuano guide no kakranka ma. What you be baby our dream.
And it means that yeah na inside you the apostle.
Oh, I know there.
And for camera.
I know there are a lot of things a koswa. The eti be na no kre.
Oh, but yes, sabi a sin teche makra omoko. But to do you have to hold it? You let it go, then you move on. What you say?
Yeah.
Inti and sebi a kokos what here that no mean says mwabia or such a man say one for money kuma. I mean, he will do it.
Obaye.
Yes.
Obaye so ono no crown there. Ono no crown there the problem no. When you problem with afenyo marking when you problem with how decision
the
buy
process.
You get it. Eno na emano ase na ehano. Say e kwan a omo fa so mu yi no no. Ankoyi and oh yes, and Ashanti region there was some MPs no omo disappointed in that decision by no. Say how. And near ye kase kra no. I am telling you that leadership party in Kotana say arrive at say form no munko the next leaders for the ninth parliament no. And no issues all.
Anything I know you late nana.
Why? No, but I know the decision.
I bet deliver the message. I heard no so I was out to force this kind of shots here.
Enti omo ene ma man some the two dwa no. Speaker directioner or the 8th parliament FI no. Yes. Obaka se dru baby no. Now who's the speaker? Also tintin. Papa father wofie. No who say the man so ye stubborn. Na I was say yes. Who how obitima handle wo mo. Eno bi na speaker
And a boa no so.
Oh, a boa no boa parliament. A boa no boa parliament. At a point, no one said genuinely, ebi o ho a one ne nyadwen, but genuinely, not all yet to protect the legislature.
And last point to crown here, afenyo markings, and speaker ko pie was Supreme Court, ne ho nsensem ni na kra no. Oh my goodness.
And no boama, yes, because never be o ho a your constitution no, a womb na say ametodwa Amaye ni hun komo amaye challenge those things are bon say now be arguing say constitution all is well with the constitution, but all you know e can say 60 out of 100 year for this parliament for this parliament.
Yeah, fun sir. After the 1990
okay, now my main fa we entoso ansana yewura the ninth parliament, you say in some few minutes, and not tenable, right? 10 bar, and you say on best na omo aye process no the remu ama ahomacheno yahwe said the name we can assure you for near for say yes because wasom ye wa hai enche captain ni JB Bejoini
odi dokono na anadu sa odi dokono
ya to aso ho na and you call grounds, echo share how arrangement and yama echo so in terms of preparation towards Yami Adumochina, Jumedia Ebecosono. Na meka say yes, I mean, dear me who you know, many are sopa, many are sopa, many are jepa.
Stand up with
yes.
I
mean, Ubia Bonabaso,
Ubia
Bonabaso, because we share how.
So yeah, you kakra but e bana juma.
Oh yeah, dey.
Oh. Yeah,
o share how o ma si asese niema. E wo ho. I mean baby a speaker. O mo the parliament chamber no sort of yes, abaho. Nti speaker and the president elect, the vice president elect hwe se nyame adomo a omo be ho adwuma no maso enti that setup no
enti so now quick one ma ye kan kire Ghana for wa wo Facebook wa he wo fie so say ye 9th parliament na enche ye be hu no yes and now who TV no so no and now what you say and this for things are okay coming on one day back.
Oh yeah.
And then the parliament over do
a few hours and baby I would say as if you walk on the other side. You get it?
Then I know now after your mark and say soon we are sitting and then they say table not turning. There's all free right and for left.
Where dear
Constitution.
Oh yeah, who she
any kokromoti and actually what I say ain't any who na utim say Crawford so from who no more me pe new for ni bi na ma hwese me Crawford 121 to be mo hwe ontare share show mo who say we green I ba who say akodo green
but people from who come and say omo ho dada no oh yeah
young guys no more life
I'm telling you we should be type team no team say yes
when you see for tie ni bia say for mo tie kakra kabisa all right it was mine in fact okay we are now the Kwame A+ there na be because you wanted to say
Kwame okay me dey no be baso no dey say nyina the ninth parliament ni mo but na me can say we share arrangement o my year okay in fact nyame admo china ye nyina be wo ho ho be kama pa ye wo be bia speaker
deputies, no?
The president elect, the vice president elect, or Mobetna.
Outgoing for no so.
Yes, outgoing for no so almost almost baby almost a betna kama.
Special guest. Yes,
you see, Obia Benya baby except that who are winning accreditation. No, oh dear, no. What's a because they be an opportunity to get to subco inner perimeter in baby. Jumadi in a course, I want to win to Minko.
Yes, but giant screen and the boy. Yes, TV. But and the time I not support you, ye command of panel. Only one, I think, say protocol officer or somewhere, or make you say be. Yeah, my young in some trouble for Yambi Adumochna. Well, I don't know, said ye now, or more arrangement, said no one, they are fine. But say, why yet, Bibi said. Send central will be a person take a short bill person interview. There are some places, the point view, you may not be able to go there. And how do they I think they have to there was some more shene kakra. Or more shene kakra my because Ochina or mind that and central phones you major a Juma Ochina. Because every TV station, every radio station, everyone nemusini or honma or be a good me can say interviews obi epe like pictures interviews ni man want to say moka se mo be see e kwan na baabi wo ho no mo mo cross over na ye ansha e be hard kakra inti ho no
but ni nyina be
protocol if
how national security be advice because you cannot trust obia even though like they are working say nkayema obia kwanya our obia or
accreditation card no kwade that's my dream no
but ukra accreditation card by areas be oha a no go areas and the national security will let you know say aha yenkwa ha ntina wo hye ba bia stance and say canopies or more erect for and central for ni nyina me captain JB ekọ hwe de na ekoso ni nyina na ye well arranged betima a guide am ye nyina yetima ye adwuma nti Nyame adom ochna ye wo a good thing good show I'm sure say Nyame adom a history president elect John Dramani Mahama why ye I mean first time so ayenya me sure say if ya eno no ema mo so e wo say mamu ani je asronko bi
of course
because first time Ghana
someone penny ho no mo benya vice
yes
obedi o man no so
omrani
ya appointment bebre
oba oye vice president
sure.
First time you be in our fourth republic and so and I mean in the history of Ghana and Kasakrani you be enti nyame adom ochina e hwe mu say na mani nyina beto from kama there now to the 9th parliament ye hwe ni mu say ye be inaugurated in some hours ahead of us about 2 hours ahead of us ye be inaugurated na ya hwe omuwie ha ombe move to Black Star Square na the etwaso the swearing in of the president elect and also atwaso and they your faces be a ye be messy faces be your parliament e bi o ho how e be a parliament business and e city or more contribution e the floor of parliament and when ye be messy some of them be at the side attraction and no na be obi be messy wo mo.
Oh, media me obia will tell you so KTD obia be
no side attraction
because no already or making the submission of parliament maybe wakasa okay maybe wakasa ya na another prayer so aso obia amana sign omua another prayer ko yi ni sheet hey wakwo chire bobo no
adane no say adane ne sutro ya wotu ni say na ade
KT
yes inti me de o say chairman sabunsu ay obia ma follow no in parliament. I mean, any fee I started to see the parliament, Jumedi Chino, or you be a or how or yet a submission or floor of parliament. How or not any contribution. How you see, there was some MPs. Yes, there was some MPs be a free Ashanti regional. Ombekacho say, I mean, leader, and yes, or a leader or leader Munkwakeke. Or some MPs one who say potentials be omumwa. Wa piki wo mo a wo ye omu adwuma joni bi mudi nkoma janilo mka je say free o free ho no enye parliament as in the entire parliament no lucy omu be lucy say omu lucy someone na owo experience a nka obetimi e de akoso ade aboa na emum omu so benefit from the knowledge and nema wo ye parliament no
they can still go to him.
Yes, I mean, what catch them say when they need him, omo ebetimi aba na oma ba beboama, waboa oma ma nema bebre ho akoso. Ebi wo ho mo ye first timers, en na ye me ya no. Sa de no de, in fact, ya na eha me, just that MPs no do ba bi so ano cross omo ka kire omo constituents no. Enko. You get it? Genuinely bi wo ho omo Lucia, you say omo dwumaye within their constituencies na enso ani. Me where I'm coming from in the Ashanti region. There was some MPs who were losing seats. On the way there, Katie Hammond, echo contest or elections no Lucy, Katie Hammond and Danzia Sokwa. You get it? Oko Akrofroma. Alex into Lucy because the Jumaye there was a problem. What you say? Call I have one southeast na. A hono MP no. Adabo. Now that boy Jumaye no do baby na one the constituents na problem.
Chairman
you get it until Onua na just so nkobio. And unfortunately the people am na buy was not popular. And NDC for I take that seat. Apart from no ye ebi no so a omo buy ya omo no ebe ye adwuma no party no delegates na nya gide wo mu mu to abeti a omo. A omo ntimi ankobio. Oba Ashanti region I most of the constituencies if we were more and they or MPs are my parliament bill because oko constituency ni more we MP first time udi ba ko pe na oko was me friend one of them eno de we ya na epia wasi nchen I'm hoping say be ade wa bai ene bi obetimi aye na dwuma yi na aboa no watimi akonanim na bia and also the improvement about our constituency. Indeed, there are some of them experienced ones. Our move free wa ebe free omo. Me nanka I wish say first time as nibi so wa. And cannot win your opportunity to also in your experience na. Komo zubeti me ede ako nim say de bi mo nyomo dia omo so ede ko. But all in all, this is parliamentar. Abani ni excuse bia. Abani ni excuse bia. You see I can say your 4 independent MPs. Woman from all indications, or my ready someone ne about we be until only excuse me. Exactly. And there's one of them from Asante Achimnov. Okay, from home. Yes. Uko constituency wa. Ombekacho say, oh, you know, normally so MPP ni. But also all your campaign no. Okache ne manfo ne say. Abai bi obeba odi mpuntu obebre me no onna me ne be ye adwuma of course eno eye promise awaye to omomoto abade man no nti esi there na se enye baabi anka abaka se wo a wonim no no onyini na ho e na wo nti nka obi abaka so we ne even in opposition ade na wonko no monko adwuma
tell be na treatment ne ka ho so mo no wani ne yi a
yes eno so e factor ba se NDC fo mienu a wo mo no hunu se enema nko yi jom ko independent oma weni so mo nyina mo so ba fie
amen
you get it enti parliament aban no enya any excuse say me see levy me dey call parliament no and I say whatever means I'm say me use the reversing no I hear den me no because the executive you have that power control parliament who control nti parliament where parliamentar you share them so bia be na djuma
Bese John e ho so e wo se ehwe ho yi se koba ne sa sebe minka se yewra JM de sebe previous ampani for monimo or de sebe niema funu eni niema enkwe na be hye yekon bese bibia ye de ko oh ye no ma pass ya dia tuma ahwe by the time we say jack na ediema say e wo se ehwe from hozo are you getting my point here
say the other beko bia no
yes because say omo odom dodo na jese abuso say obi kra ka say minority for no yenhu omo so mfa so bia ntie ye be yanka omo so omo na ofie na me ka se koba ne sa aban de bibia kwanye bibia nso na ode kwa asabia bia ehu behia na say eye se ebeje ade coordinatum but because omo dodo no na ebia minority hu ncheda nya de ombetumi a oppose no yani mra ho na ebia na ne manso so asay
no but say material canas but ni nyina mu no minority no e also still if so issues e wo bill bia e ba ho a also magana for yehu omo and keep it quiet say ya kan anu atum because your voice no enko ba bia no parliament name koso parliament no yes ube raise issues objection to name bia eba but wujia say omo be dia atum say omo nyi wodi antum no mfoni be na watwa de a kire Ghana for wa ma Ghana for won say ade na eba na ehu enye levy bay say at the minority omo raise issues say nye emwaye
omo amua
ena omo amua ena ebaaye no na Ghana for de agina so niema Ghana for agina so de to abani bi no ena niema the other side so de win ye ne say obey on mistakes amoye or parliament ni bi and the campaign here
so no only obi a oye who oppose like opponents here
yes.
o share ni lose ni weak point now I build on it
na ode ko enti yes I mean you hear me so obi a be se bibia de abagu so parliament but say eba we expect say minority no omo be biem na omanya akwanya say bill bi na aba e na also bill no nti ase nti no o pese Ghana fo hu de nti a bill no emwaye say loan e na eba e na loan hu ne say emwa raise your issue say o raise issue no wie na majority ne say masa maka mo de ba ye mfa Ghana fo a say ya ba ye to no ye koyanim politicians na omo take here for granted but kakra ye hui nsesa ba e obo ho say me nkoto aba no because abaya me gini die no e disappoint me ntimi ntoma the other side nto obusa na mistakes aba ne ye no ogina so say we asomasi ye ntino me nkoto aba because me to aba no a me say to ano so omfa sa de ne medime e me party but me nto aba ne ma no na akopere ba bia
omra fie ne nyina ye
be ye koto abai na ne nkrofo di nkoma a o me na me nkoto aba nkopa adwuma ma obi papa sa nkrofo ni nyina nkrofo me disappointed nkrofo a omoto aba ma na na adodanko akufo ado because omunya gidie woni mu se or the policies ne ma bi ba ebeboa eventually oba ya no bibia nsi amfa nti hono hu ne se na nipa kra menya gidie woni mu se me kwa koto aba ma no wa fama nkosi ba bia nti there is no need say meto aba ye floating voters. Almost who say
on crap party card be
who say mato aba masumesi mato ama mo bentim. Ebi our two both NDC MPP. Policies be a buy na nye ho. Nti wo say when a third force be our convincing with the policies it was men control. Enti yes, ye voice lisa, but raise them. Say bibi ba na nya, raise it. Say ade we ya ebe Ghana for. Enti na mu wi a when they are done with a discussion or debate or the floor na homo ba bontenin central for bidin komo. No maka. Central for Mufa Winko, Ghana for Muntie, when. Ebi o ha ombeka abanis wontie. Na de abana kwhyiamnem. And that is that inti. Enye bibia so na e wo se ampani ya to abayi na nyame admoch na yeso en in no. E na obetam de ba parliament because me will control parliament. Inti no. Me call parliament akoye de mepe. No. Ade bia o se ba bia no. O se ya de Ghana for so bu say no, ade we deserve say ba. Ade we deserve say parliament egitum. I am looking at the period that parliament bit makase we ya abade even though aban no yaban but we there adabraka yensan fan komra. I am looking at me chance a opportunity to say ebedru ho. Se dru ho a na Ghana for yenya na aboy ne say ye koye ni mu no ka bi ma nka bi no democracy no ye nyini because se nkrofo hia ase so mu entoaba impression picture a try to say amanfo gidi o democracy ma ba form dem make out say ya toaba ye hu de ya toaba ye hu de ye nya free
hu sacha e bia ne
I just say democracy no na nkrofo gidi o mu yede ekofem. Nti I think that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama enye bibi na build the confidence aye wo e democracy mu. Said the bear next time see ekoto aba manfo be ekoto aba asuso mbeto ama na the party na omonto ma no. That confidence na ye wo e democracy mo ya practice no over 30 years no. Ibetimi atoa so na ye ni because o share resource e ba ye ene nkrofo ma nto aba turn out e tell say amanfo eye chill e democracy ho oboso a abato ade ni nya film mato aba mi nya hwe enye de opebia na benya wo mu de but decisions bi wo ho ampanimfo no take care sometimes what wo hwe this ade we akwa wo yi ana minister wo yi odwene ho de clearly who say na me kra na sabi o me layman me am me fa me kenten ko afuo mu ba ai me kodwitwa me board ye ne ade ba maybe a classroom kra me si ho da ade we me nye but na politician na wono ho so ye experienced politician no aye ade ne basa e basa na man for interest
my headache
that is the point okra no ya to aba na ye anase you see e basa democracy na ye gidi e wo mu no ekofo ebas ekosa nso na eko ba bia eko ba bia etro nti this parliament and restore that hope na ye wo democracy mu say na beboa yen bitima ye adwuma ma ye one thing I may share in this parliament so ye constitution no the 1992 constitution oh, I know they saw JDM Oyawe.
Oluma so ye ntwen kakra.
Nana ado dan kwakufu ado. Oyawe. Osi ye ntoye boase.
Na ntoye wa ye ntwen ye ni na no.
No se bia ye start process. Na America bia ye de be hya ase ye.
Ya Canada.
Ne dan de
de
hia. De si he ni mana na de he.
Le dan onu anim dan koro.
Oh, they say I mampani ukotena fi. Edan ben usika ebetua de ama as gracia na dey. I mean, me who say bibi wo ho say ebe Canada. Me obusame a your constitution no a problem baby e ba bedura gidi e wo ye democracy mu ba form no constitution dey kan ho bi because adana mampani wo to me so almost appointment bia mampani na o say oye even when a parliament crown one enye enough ehun no say yenye say to me ni bi free mampani ho yemfama institutions are omoye adwuma wo no one can say nyom appointment
IGP ene sa major we say nyina no I mean
ene say man for petition mampani say chief justice wo nyino ehun say mampani office the crata ba say omantimi ehun bibia nyina so bi e wo mu say wo say chief justice free ho
any chief justice
you get it,
you know
at the discretion of mampani ni nkrofo bi atwa mo asia no no ma tro bibi di abre because to me no the constitution the to me na mo what you say nti 1992 constitution na no His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Boso oye campaign no say the late Mills ehye bibi ase mekai am I wie issue white paper recommendations about nyina no the aban no at the time president and the council of state omo etrans hu say we there Ghana for say committee ni wie no say enye ni say me no ye no mo ya adwen ye mfa nya adwuma white paper no de na kache say ye wie an say ye kwa sa ba echi e ba be drew ground zero I nei ye sa di nkomo foforo asa set up another committee say they should go and almost an share process be a starting here na be drew ye nti say mo battery twemo na ase say mo be ne den no e wo say esi nti me aba eno the 1992 constitution no so edia me so me expectation no back one of them no say parliament mu aye e bi ho a Ghana for better so aba ye entrench clauses ni bi wo yes I was here to aba
na ya ye nyi
eno de moma ye nto edru ho no say Ghana for ni decided what to do with it ye beto they also say parliament and also me ho adwuma ni nyina ya ka bom ni ya na ya kama.
Would you accept the fact that before you raise say what share senior as expectations no and what dainty pressure caraba DM so oba accept sir
e wo ho ba ye no bi wo ho ye no bi wo ho a ye expectations ye be lower ye de kakra
okay
e be mana ba form because say genuinely niema bi wo ho ye hwani mu say besesa eye niema wo no a de good table so e de amayen
sure
the first 120 days niema o de amayen de hwani mu say obetimi akonanim at least so when to me anyini nyina
yes
na oye about 80% of it
come back cry your man
wa make it move you get it but apart from no there are a lot of things that e mu be check akra and when mu ya yen hwese ne mebu ho a e be yen tentem so say yen CD depreciation
and quite say yami adom
I mean say betiaba form pa say e be tofem no ehiabre because there were a lot of things also into the economy and your system no bitima abo amasa na mani nyina aye and say wo kan ebi ne enkokon ketenkete e be bo ama yes one of the policies I manage home pa one of the policies I may share how the implementation will be because o share enkoko ne yen ene enkoko a ye import afi bronya afi me sure say o we akoko nam e wo fie afi o de aponche
dabi
wanya hwe
bronya na mani bi
okazo wani bi a
oh afi ne to be say me share that say me didi
oh okay but at least enkoko wie nam ne wie ne ho ne manyina
nyame adom so kwa akwa pese wie wi bi
yes one of the things one of the things I may share with say a bit about
implementing. I know we'll go under agriculture, you know. Yeah.
Yes, a lot na ye share ni mu. Yeah, expect bebre because wabapen and Ghana for asan ato aba ma no yi so mra. This time aba ye to ye no. Ghana for ato ni yi me kase ni yi mu a. Na just all share endorsement Ghana for the the former president now president elect. I mean tell say ye share name be free no because abenya ye need to see ye jana kwan yi. But disappointing ye. Nti ye hwen mu so ono ba be CV. Nti ye hwe one or two things be a better former e be boy amane ma kwan na reliefs aye pede. Mani mu ya no ye say e be yedin. But acha be 1 year there na anema e take shape.
Women's Development Bank or ka say obesi no.
And they call Cantamanto. Now, when a man didn't come out, one thing I mean, who about a man or more, any one car won't per se, a member would but a man who can come per se, almost sign a Kenya woman who no more Juma Moyano, and to fem. Emma, that bank no idea no me pay. Bank no idea me pay because we say we see and there is a bank, a dedicated bank. I so much money and say Monshe na mama ye maame no bosia omo de be adwuma ka we omo nka omo ni how pisa o ka ibehu kwan be fa so ye no betena se di nkomo send ye nyema mo sika say na available. Yes, enti it is good because yema me any omo mu ha no ma omo
ye ma fie ye de
yes sebi wo ha
akwadefo no no so
sebi wo ha omo ma fie ye de nti it means that and especially when vice president ayoba
and as a bank no ho na gigina mu bo ho de ro counter ho no ko ho during campaign time.
We can say we see
wako yes
yes wako no ono
ekasa
nti ye hwe na mapie free o manim say omo ba no ombetimi ama nema hasan kakrakra
obi ka kire me say ono de ono won fa ho je mba oba so obe manadwuma so manadwuma fa nemum de opese onye ma no ono be hu se oye adwuma ye say this particular government here by 12 midnight omodo omodwuma ba wie no oba chidodo na gum
sano de wa ma na ye clear say obaji sika amanfo fo kwanbone so awia e de amoman no and me I support it say obi afọman sika na wo say mra ne dia me de me gidie omu ne pa ne say yen sabeki sika de make us what you say see yen sabeki sika enne hia me you say betra case ba ko ho na ye koye ba na ye ni fa sa na sika no so e wo ho ye wo evidence chance sika na kodi baby na ye tete ho ye koye ba sa the key thing is say o man sabeka ni sika and do share ora na or setting up na ama aye clear say sika yes sika ko ba dia o say
formations are more de ma homo no
nti sika ko di baby isa sika na ko di baby a e kwa be na wo say fa so wo say nsaka
planting for food and jobs see emu fertilizer yakeka o
na no hoye offenso municipal na fertilizer akodi SAMC packet fertilizers and the other side akohu omukohu ye yanyibi na won so fa bi ko a whole lot offense municipal you see ni nyina ye me who said the missing cano a trimodin. What you say? I mean, mobile. In some baby or Honoman, Tansa baby or a diabo baby, a diabom, special MMDC, bebre. Amo bebre na modi di. Mame, enti the Akanoa. And those areas near areas are a for pa come here fertilizers no dia adwuma. But to be no. Na akoye say ya boom. And ya sade abagina so say me nso. Kuani na wo here fertilizer no so de be adwuma no. Ya dina na fertilizer no. Wono na wie na okọ no. E bi kra na nipa na ye kana sem no nya kua no ye o. Onye kua ena wakase bia me de konam de support me kua ye no kra na wrong. Or fa no akwakoton. You see, these are things that you be ashamed mu say aban no ebenya bre na wahwem ye sika no ba bia bia kodi e kwambone so monye mfama ye enoa na ebetimi agala because you say ya period e wo mu o man we yentimi mbobo bosia basabasa o abosia no kra ebetimi abompo
ne se kra ye kona ho ye de man
good enti it a chance be bia wo man mu ha ye betimi ama ye nsa aka na aboa ya metimi akoyenim no e wo se ye pedeba I want to see a pe edeba. Your uncle for her. Sika guomo ho. Uncle for paki sika. O share appointees are omo abayimu. Sika pa sankrofon sase. Co offices. Ko share said uncle for si chisika.
And omo dia so bondo ni bio. Or the toho no more. A complete money.
Enti. Eno de I agree with Obi Obeka say. Enye chikeke say ye ba beti nkrofo sika no ene ye hwehwe a
say almost start say omo hwehwe sika wa fa ye sika brenya on the list why now we feel say the case should be the edikan also
I will say the hwehwe
and the amapa
amade no de say amade no OSP ena OSP na je so wo ye ho adwuma ena eduru ba bie afede OSP say ne nsa no kra ekura de no kra no asem mu do sen
say no de ankwan no mabaye no
watonyum bebre wo nti ne de no but genuinely ye wo cases bia me pese ye besa akọ hwe bi covid time no
airport for
enema bebre ko so airport
yeah
enema bebre ko so eno na ma sa you see parliament we say so do baby a enema bebre afa hoko Sputnik V honsem babesi koye tena seseti committee we committee no I mean enema basa me I wish say ye betima nya bresa komubio even though mampani adodan kwakufu adobeka che say o enye ono na tena hwehwem institutions I am no responsible and no ma hwehwem clear but me I feel that once some institutions nyina no one way or the other the executive power no e control no there's no way we catch me say assembly beko na executive no ntimi manipulate say yemfa kwa ye hwehwe sa ne mani nyina mu like you said planting for food and jobs a ho sika bebira akọ sika no kwa be ne fa so anidi djuma dem cannot say nti there are a lot of things I will say mpanyimfonya time na omu hwehwem na personally omu nya bread sika de maye na oman no yasomdwe ye because dem aka say o project bebira ho a ye sika na ye de akọ akoye ene ewia a ne ya true di abo animu say asuma sika ye ne there be project we
and your cathedral de na ye kan
yes cathedral so yes cathedral so one of them see two amana na mampani state of the nation address nka li say japade anka wo de hunu say why bibi di ja nka o mayen state ewom de me kan what you say na wa kire sika ye de akoshem why ne ma nwona nti cathedral so another thing
de ne ma nwona why o ka say na ye ne ma nwona ya
na nkunta obuye say nwona nkunta na obuye no
ka ye bi na
nkunta obuye enwura nkunta uka che se Omaro do mana si e kan yasem gina yi a enye nkunta nwonwona na wabu a kire wabu nkunta nwonwona uka je so my way Ghana ye team no yes ye nka ma ne nye tan uka se Ghana ye nye broke omani sika sem gina na so a enye nkunta basa na wabu nkunta basa ye de afia japade amaw hweso abusuapani abusuapani wo se ebraso wa wo hwekra hwe a wo nkyem ubewu ntino ubu nkonta de ama abusuafra abusuafo nyina betrase nkwada yi ba ye wo mo hu de ekọ abusuapani siska ni fie nso sori a nanum no wo twa oba no abeyi body ato se momfa nwuje mu na montoto body no na munni na skani ho yete ho aye di na abusuapani akwakofa take away e de abesi wo na wamba mu no wudi busuapani aye we nyina wie na bebu nkonta kire ya wo ba ya wo se me ba busuapani no me di sikana ye we abra manfo na abusuafo na tiro hu se agapade a wo kan ni ho anya nkonta nwona no abu no wasiri trase wasi nkonta ni trase entime de na course no obusamia nkonta basa na mampani ebu ye no because nsem bebre ho no wo kan uti Ghana ha just a paper so said the good paper so na but Ghana for a woman there hit a woman and hit wom kwai fa so akeno for reata edi o man anim bond ahodo a o man agreement ahodo a odi anim de ekoye na wie yesa be ball Ghana tiri so na at a certain point in Ghana ha for the first time ye maamenom ye papanom dwono ye gya wo mo a ka wo omo ba da nyina de adwono ekire wo kuma
anya ye former speaker saying chief justice
so we yes na wo wie bebu nkonta we ekire ye ne a ye gitumu a enye yi
obi so be kase politicians ma you rely on them so much because time in 2016 na na do ye to abama no resume power in 2017 right na woyo mesikano na eno so ka ho bi pa na Ghana for to abade man enso ba ye ho de kokosi nti se nei je mu ba na ye expresso crofo sika man sika akodi crofo bi ho e be dia ye forget it because politicians
ya manu awa abatu mu no kire say you expect something different from there wabeye and the afufro bi ababe
John the same yamani bi ni the man na in 2016 ya to mani boom at that time
but no
enjoyment na enjoy ye no e bi na papa o enjoy
no nye boom to say we boom you
oh say me fan say
almost 1 million votes
tie fan say cd o say o to ade 20
time value of money
what you say what you tie fan say
ti ena de no ye betim de atoto ho say na no so ye eno so ye but me de said de ye bi kan nema bebre ho ya hwehwe free
gm ho
sure me say omra me ye doubt an nkrofo bi wo ewo mu tiri mu no say ontimi nye we ye ni me dada enye gm o ye we enye gm o de we ba ye enye gm those things on betin sequence no clear doubt one clear ni nyina free Ghana for trim so otimi ya adwuma enne Ghana ha president ye nya no enne ye koso aboni din mampani kufo ya da so boni din ono na chi Wabio Mills na nam kwano so ena JDM oba for the second time the first time amfa Ghana for body tiri so ena na ado dan kwakufu ado bae uboni dia sabi krofo atwoma no
isi o kana sem kana krofo
buofu na ado dan kwakufu ado asem sɛ deɛ na waka anim a obi bufu nti me deɛ saa nneɛma no na saa na politicians we motie saa na we motie no oba no o megina mfimfin no magana for hu say e betime nya politician bia ono so be move away from that norm we say ne e ade kwa say ne fa so a yedi adwuma no move away from that na oman no yetimi akoye ne e saa we say gidi a Ghana for war democracy mo no e ba form. You see, apart from the fact that Crofan Kotua Benti, we say a ma victory abba to some extent. NPP say a man for Antwaba and Benti no Mulusi. The implication on say, Didia Ghana for one a war democracy mono, eba form, and it is a dangerous at the more my Ghana. Say. One restore sa GDA no I am telling you. Na na rodan kwa Akufo-Addo. Na manfo GDA we mu so papa. I am sure say 2016. Say Ghana for anto aba ma na rodan kwa Akufo-Addo. Na ye ka JDA meto aso a. And when your opportunity answer my Ghana. Kebeka se papa bi na ye de o man no a go bet me at the aquayanim. But when your opportunity, I'll be messy up. I'll be messy up. Nti His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Akwanya wenya say you make a lot of things Ghana for because I mean wakwakusia de nti no ye nhwe nti na appointees nyina no onhwe mu yi me na appointees ubusami a ye obirim wo ho a obetuma just a year because the moment all ten number ne so no they also catch on say nkrofo bebere wa akiri to ma ba ko for me delay to ba be din semfon na ye ka na so no so ba be de nanado catch ni bia na o mu amoka sa nyina mo pebi na aye da bia o se da bia o so ya no pa he omo ne appointees or assess o madwuma omo ye that time na Ken Oforiata ene ni nua Kwasi Amoakwanta road minister no omo sema ba krom ha ye kan ye ni abre se omo moa ba bi omo de oman no omo edi enima me yakono omo piepia de akoto amnem kan mampani oh da bi omo ye adwuma because omo output no na megina so de omo be ya ma Ghana fo yehu no eno no begina so aka say we obo no homode na so obo no homode even within the party at a point na general secretary of the party Edna Nwatumbi giving president pressure even parliament it got to a point MPs be in parliament ka omo hubom so omo mpene na nanado ayekuntan ushia no a na o show off o so mo bo adwuma no anu moye no say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama oba be ye bia etoje no a you see these are mistakes akoso wa aban we mu a enu kwa so be repeat our opportunity they see here woni die mu wakotena se book no akobie ma hwe watena fie 8 years ahwe de ekoso wona na rodan kwa Akufo-Addo amamum nti hey nimdia no de hibio na aka you have it nti appointees na mo troop in mo kongrofo fie mo pressure cause call mo so no be careful because say unsaka position no you expect a lot from you and I am sure ebi be serve one year ebi de be 2 years nti reshuffle the one thing so I may share ni mu say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say nipa no odin semfo apam no so otena ho de a na je say o endorse de waye bia enu nti na rodan kwa Akufo-Addo de e ba ne saa no because the course bia pani a so trafie mamo frawe nanka no ye ba na se nanka we fo ofie ha papa uhu pani wo hwe nanka no ye den ewe ye do ka ho bi nti the course bia na nya bia de bi batawo nti ma ontena ho ma appointee bi emfa no enkon so hwemu emfa no nkwasem mu immediately sa appointee bi woman adwuma na afei wo hya ase se wo de niam bi bewurawuram na Ghana for start so mo kasa look at it is that something na na dan kwaku for the no so onhwe wo no se onhwe because adwuma na mo ye no ano no enye Ghana for nko a bi ayen e wo the other side in central for ye ka bi Onua ne party for
the first time
I'm telling you
na abanya ne nkrofo ewu nyina wa ba mu MPs ebeye mu press conference ebe so say look ye constituency a efo mu nye
yan chicken over at my parliament
wa chefita na the cross wa bom enti miensa nko parliament biem ebusianfo de pamochawa who so TV news why fe ayini
okay from pon
Debbie Vanda boy anaso no wawie so wawie wanko biem no ede ana obeja obi
but se eyeden a eyeden a omo ho dada no
nti ombeba sho
omo ebewo ho
se awia no de omo ye ni ntama
o se speaker time speaker suspended sitting or kind
okay
say as and when obehia omo no obefra omo
nti on your screen in parliament
yes
na omuhia sia se chese omu ya yonkofo
okay from point gina ho no abrantia na
I konongo guy no
yo ma bia wugina ne nkomo ekoso no
uhu say na one ayi exchange contact so you new nti so the contact
yeah
na omu hia
because obi ko obu ho a wa bantem no unsia ne bi o parliament ho
nti wa nyine number
na wa the number
wa flash na number ko na ma save na ma take free ho enti parliament no Ghana yen parliament no mrashe de fie for adada for no ne new ones ni na hyase a omo eba me mare mfise nya me yadom wa ene 12 midnight na ese table no nya 10 enti dom dodo na ankane na afeyo market ka kire ye se sunsun mu no so omoka so omokotena minority hodom ade ndie afi de we akwewosia twice by force immediate effect
and
immediately yes one ne nkrofo ekọ speaker ne nsabenkum so no omokotena ho we say bibi approval bi ba na omoka ye nto omonko omokura no
but they say crowd here utie speaker o say omo advance
omonka ye biem
you say ye no so beti
share
oh yeah the eyes and the nose have
it. So but say yeah penisa.
Is a voting electronic. That is a new what's that parliament. Omo close parliament renovation. And never be yes, and never be abeka ho bi eno no. And it's a voting. Yeah, you say I mean more
we paper na
more supporting motion no mo kan yes e say electronic to be able to me I na speaker so read it from the end until this parliament you know almost so called digital almost so called digital some George I don't know he said contains so no akai me yes
when your friend why my kuntan almost ni bi no
yeah
aso yan bombe obedi o ade omra fam kakrai
why Sam George no Sam George they say unim na samote
Davi na ya ni abro
Davi na say see I was sorry our kwa bai why oba bai majority enti also ekuntan Also a kuntai.
Okay, just say.
Yes.
Oh, comfort zone. Any Zeneto. Oh, Charlie. What him so what the ahoke kane?
It's good.
Vim the vibe be neba be share omo new seat oh. Nyamia ebi o. Nyamia ebi pa, nyamia ebi. Nyamia ebi. Enti yemra hye bedwam ena yeda so gina hoyi. Dada so wo ho kaka Ghana for say nyame yadoma enne ahomakyen yi adwuma kese ebida oman Ghana anim e mare mfi say up till now no ndo aba pa won si maduo no nkono still omampene na ado ona da so ye president oda so kuram
I see I can say the name bu ha wontimi nye
me da bene na nka ba ye bi go quick anyway say if you are you the BBF
the pen the paper nyina wajja ho
ne den
when the pen the papers nya wajja ho
wajja ho eh Jubilee oh na oye mana oye bank wajja wa de okwa obefa fakuru aba o oye obefa bibia kwa
but wonim say there's one thing time JDM call Jubilee House
you know yes
na me share na ado danko akufuado ado premai
yes o my tintim tim so be ma ho adwo
ado show boy
na yes
ado me de makonya nam
hey ya
ado me ba makonya kan ho
ka ba ku kura konya
yes ni nyina
bibia be
no bi busasa akonya no be ja ho ha na so ode ko
akonya se de osen ye no ye so okumasi o
wafa na de na ado akonya no wafa ode na de ko nti saa akonya no a oba ne di na chi na
ye de ade akuri ho
na
akonya esi bo akonya
and then you see na ado danko akufuado ne ahemfo call omu program ase o ye monsore no omu invite ni program bia
as former president
and wo invite ni program bia
na na se me de o ka se o be kan se sia mo de mane onko asumbiem
me de onam kwaso a won de wo ko ne ba bi
di microphone na ni nkan o
you see and na tell say power to me be di won sa kwan afa so one manfo a e ma o say to me no ono mo betena o yo hene nkrofo se eya adidie na wa ba bedie ene wo sai e de a kire nkrofo so wa be som wo afi kuntan bibi timisi e ma akonwa ne bo ebi ni na ado danko akufuado ene aye kasa yi Jubilee House wa free ho
o hene kra na o instruct so sorry no oko o hene kra da so di na hene o tena konwa so
na me kan say
obi anto abanyi no
onya akwanya enkosa programs ni bio say na ye say o say mampani ni e mane ba is why former president how often na who say yes a program na yes invite former president somra in that video na me share no say bema be kofi na bema be kofi bema be emre what you say nti ye share ni mu say the next parliament the 9th parliament ye betimi na ye room na inaugurate and the process will be that the new or the next MPs na ye do mura the 9th parliament say the kan ebi beko ebi nso be room foforo ebi nso wo hodada omu nyina no will enter the 9th parliament na the clerk of parliament ashe na ya go through the process ayi speaker na ya so speaker in we are speaker nso so beboa ama officially MPs aba no so ye do ma go through the process if we are then we move to Black Star Square na ehonso so no
yani ochina
ya me adoma yes na ehonso so ye movie na ya ko ne akwa na ye ne ye nyina ebe ho na ye de omu bia nso so e de abre ye tiefo ne ahwefo nti interesting times ahead
sure
yes interesting times ahead na ye hwe Alban, Samana, Kingsford, Backbend. As soon as also I record be. Was serving as a speaker. A war. An opposition government. As in, or no, I want the other side. Oya DC ni na was serve as speaker abaye was one enye na party ananya the party ena ono ankasa na ban aba ena osanso ababe speaker osanso aye minority leader in parliament esan majority leader in parliament nti
abo position ni
yes,
a footballer. What you say?
Oh yes, experience bia nko hia.
Say the current one number 3.
Sen kan fie of former ho. Kan fie of former.
Na sem brebi nanka.
Na make sen kan fie of former.
No nka wa
nka wie we a. E bia nanka the ultimate no.
Oh, brebi no
nanka ye hwese nko betimi bia.
Nanka wa na em say bibi kokko so.
Ni fie ne
de. Oni say politicians ne de.
Ni fie ne de. Ghana ha kra no ye betue hofo.
Na in fact na bra na afenyo kasa no at point near temra for mo
ye betue hofo ye betue
the boys ne come harry o boys no
you see ade ba ko pa ha adwene se pani a ye hunu se unfa sika nye hwe unfa atimoden enfa nye hwe nka wode odwene se o ma no bedi yie na o mess up baby adru ne de emfie no nyese ye nteso mum ye nka se constitution meteso ye limit ye nka se unya emfie asomasia na untimi ni president for the minimum age yenim the person chere say Ghana fo ankasa ya abo apayomu ya ankasa ya ba me ani ada ho ntina me ka say Alban Bagbin ontim yes o akonya so ye Ghana ni ko betima contest opa wi na o na ho de obetima but ye ntoba ma no say even odi ni speaker wi na onkuta poma na otimi koba na Bagbin say ope Ghana mampani dia ye nto aba na ma no ye hu bi pen
oh we mi won ti hu
oh da bi ye hu bi pen
na ba ti o mo sakola o
enye sakola empanimfo no da bi
adrena sesa
da bi
we are time na afeyo markings or man the submission of parliament no at point now person o ka say even speaker krana no more signed when a man be no, then crop for NDC for ne be were against him.
Oh, that is genuine. I mean, I know dear. And ya say the entire members in parliament. A band or so say a buha or one no personal issues. Personal issues. The end of one. Let's say a trouble. Abaya no so no ankro for no mutia I proposed speaker om de bae right honorable Eroma Kokwe so mo ankro for enti ano de except that aba we de omo hwe na omo to na ya confirm no na yewie na numbers ni bi eyira kodi ba bia ena be ha adwen but I don't dey normal say pania wonim say no dey anama incumbency dru ba bia incumbency so sa factors are na go against incumbency because una what so one way or the other o comment bi o submissions ni ade bia wo ye ewo parliament hono ebema wa nkrofo bi wo ho a wo mo yede wo mo bo enyoso nti eno de oka anyo no kra na be ka me ade aminim se yede a ye nkrofo bi wo ho be ka se one speaker Bagbin ni mfie ekọ animu ebia na Eroma Kokwe so fire
but ni mfie affect na djuma in any way
that's what I'm saying say obi wo hwa ne de any different o different mindset about saa nneɛma no kɔna mesumi de mani ebu bi a ye boni din ebɛboa ɛno na ma yero makokoi me de buy because now at a point nkrofo hu is papa yi wa emre adwuma ikra no adura bia na pomode issue nti ade nti na wo se ekoso amane ba genuinely people had those issues against the man nti anya shi ebi anya the enye ne juma as a speaker but na pomode nsem obu ho a ono wote ase speaker ikra for years o ha na so tukwan nti ade nti na yema obi ma nti o kan na bia anya se o tan na dipa na tan no but our genuine concern, genuine issue, and a reasoner. Ojina swa, ohun say nipa na ba omwa. Na pomu dey betima one of them. Say ono ne wo hobia speaker. Say why speaker tenase was my sorry deputy betenase me faha me kwa do ba bia so tu kwan saa say na pomu dey ne ade. Nti obu ho aye no na be ma na ka say me de e ka me nko a nka pagben otoa so ankanyi ono no de no oka ebeto bitrim se eyampa ehia obi a obetima wa ha ne na ye adwuma nti ne de no nti eno de
so would you say yera GM de na shell mu konwana because there was this release or the bar say the incoming domdodo no omo approve number 3 na yemfa no nko ena concern issues between the people are more NDC ni more parliament or more so say almost sananke and also so they will submission we about so in this case obeka say bia GM de papa na be show mo kon
oh no party no endorse leadership endorse and I will share how party ni mu mpanimfo bia kanasem adwuma bagben oyeye no
easy
na no na me ka say Aaron Makokwe is only the NPP committee na omo hwedi ntem lose ye no NPP lose a wo mu anya ne de sei estate wo speaker battle no ho na start free they make out
4 years ago and
Reverend Professor Aaron Makokwe or call ye ya or more trouble could the other side no. I am telling you, sir, Speaker Backben have contributed to the victory of the NDC.
How?
Na adia wadi aye na na rodan kwa kufuadu. Where will be?
Oh yeah,
at a point na you see yemfa LGBTQ bill emfanko you see a pass every they call na mampani I go through the process no assent. You say obi de court say there be mo fanko. I mean on sa niam no enema bebre ho wo ye ya edu ba bi na aban na be exposed. Enti me Aaron Makokwe say on the chair committee is on measure how our party no lose 2024 elections. Or can who be a statistic in ho time a omo ye tintin de no call ya omo tutia no e ho an MPP started so mo lose elections no.
So man realize it like party no and realize it say.
And I can tell you omo kra no the other side MPP for kra no be catch say speaker mo and NDC for no so be catch say speaker Backben aboa wo mo pa mo matimi ne aban no e de afe so de ko wie ya afe de mo ye minority mo ye majority unim say ema omo ho ye hi to some extent ema in fact afenyo marking kra no ne ho ye hi ema some of the MPs I am telling you this MP a lawyer and the appear kubi okay commentaries be about that decision
sure
nti sa ne mani nyina koso wo ho clearly so sha time speaker Backben ebetena say as speaker of parliament no ɛna MPP started say omu lucy nti obi a ono waka ho bi wono waka ho bi minim se bia mampani adodan kwa gufu ado na woye tintintinti wono ho ne ade dia but waka ho bi enam ne so because there's no way be convince me say parliament and contributed to and speaker Parkman and contributed to the success of NDC. No, be no bit my convince me say waka ho bi waye adwuma the oye wo ho no about 20% of yes campaign 20% because do baby na MPP for na nkasa na omo omo form government no na wa mo ho etete o mampani ba mu bi edu baby wone judiciary no mo dia bom do baby ono ankasa no ho no ama Ghana for who say MPC bo ho a omo ya arrogant what you say nti strategy ni bi cause for parliament nti say yedina share parliament omukon and omo den no may I feel that majority of the NDC MPs will accept that papa no wa ye adwuma diema no nkoso a no mfa ye nko wa hye bibia se some of them woni bi mudi nko mo ka che say papa odi niema bi aba parliament aboa e protect parliament ntinko on to aso sa fa mo e bi say oh say one I mean okay odi is executive no mampani say ya odi enya sa because one e mampani say bia de ne bia betima enya no sa no or resist some of them and then we share museum omo ane commission ye ya ni na ye those things are some of them will be true but what trust they akodru utie na no asem bia no ko say speaker bi obeba bia ewo ne philosophy or the ba obi de ne say oba behwe ne bia parliament infrastructure ne ade ne ma aka obo so mo ye obu ho be capacity building obu ho ba obehwe say emra no standing orders so oba standing orders omo amend omo standing orders you get it nti waye adwuma and adwuma no waye omoma ne nto aso na de ewo mu no se bibi wo mu a omfa na de ewo ana bibi wo ma omfa na de and especially when o she oye obi a free parliament na oti parliament dwumadi ase because yenya ono ne do ajaho ene ye obi abeka se ombe speakers a na omo afa parliament do ajaho de crowd the other time na oye member of parliament
so we so sa
ono
okay obai yes obai
o free ho ni mu na no a onya o free ho akona na we no opportunity we say buy onya ye ahunti unya obi a otisa
that was from 7th parliament to 8th namu
yes na obey speaker eno na bi mu say we cross say nka ade say MPP ewe ne ya nka nkofo bi wo ho a nka sa transition say nko betima kombi say chairman sabuzu say
okay anyway
na manfo te pene say nka sa transition
o sa we
o na ne asa twene na ba say be lead parliament
na table no
10 ye nti onkoso a na onye na adwuma just that minim say the position ana owo e wa ban we mu no say ne mabu ha omom fam chief fan so e wo parliament no say we obeye ne sa na we obego ne nsem de a eno ne ade a e bia ma Ghana fo anya a different mentality about him. Other than that, never be a while yeah.
Okay,
so can I speak
this time they are more ba more.
Yeah.
Yes.
This
time they are more ba.
Katie no.
Katie where
where are Collins Dauda. Or done it now or yes Katie Hammond. No yes Katie Hammond. Mampon MP Amprechum. On our done it here or the cameraman it here. Na
Auntie
Mama Pat.
Auntie Felicia.
Yes.
And Patricia.
Patricia KJ.
Hey.
Patrick Boama.
Wabro.
Papa. Ne ho akyere no. Say
Patrick Boama.
One of the MPs.
Very noble man.
Yes. Like who na who's on pen and wasem. Oh yeah, Jumanso.
Oh yeah, this.
Say no yeah, member of the transport committee. Yes, yes, transport committee. The times I'm needing come about road tolls, names, and also the views and all. And also it's good.
Hey, Muntanka, yay,
good.
Patrick Boamadi, and go point and one. Say, you were politician. Ni bi me can say this guy. You were in Sauma do.
Adam Agbana no.
Young guy, no.
Young, very young.
Very young. You could say, oh, who are the Nimkra?
One say, Omobano, Omunfa, and Munyambi, Emra. What I say? Omunfa, and Munyambi Mra, and I say, and that's will be Emra Mabunimu.
Okay.
What I say? Because there are a lot of youth that follow. Now, no, me can say, oh, share assembly elections. Mabruno Ecomo. Titiwana na assembly, Ekoto assembly member, Baba Kona Penny be na
no, a man the cabanis liti be.
Na said Mufan Chamedi, Mufan Champion for na pump mapa, oh, say, na what you say, Omona Copre, but a ne. Mabruno was a suit, come and try the picture. Tim say, yes, why a campaigner, why a campaign, a honor. How are your nature politicians no? You say a statue. First, Nadia, Nampening for our mono, a moons or money name more unfan, no matter or my banana assembly members, no matter preview. But a mobile number some nature political Jenny no.
Or started.
All right. Dinner, who corner say notice of poor no boha. Won't say Mabruna also no endorse.
All right, quick one. Me uncle Parliament, Embra. And then come my idea. My fear if you don't copa. I wish Senka if you don't copa.
Okay, me say when you uncle me finance minister.
Okay, quick one. Uncle Parliament. Now for you need Kwame Asante. Any come in free Ghana. Yembra shebedum. Kwame Majoe.
If you are major so.
Outside Fina, me no share you.
I feel the more train and so I be share fear.
On our Yamra Shebedrum and Ray Echo Nahumachi, so Kwame Boy and Chemo Echo so Yahu say MPs no old ones, new ones, need no ban or mobile. Yenin Como from Parliament.
Efia meda say na ena nwumre say ubepie mu ewo emrahye bedwafi ha enya asem keto akra say oba chamber hanoma ye wo baby a eye public gallery ya omo a ewo say wotumi eba ebetie emrahye bedwafi adwumadi ahodo ya ekoso no omotena metimi aka say eye more than full public gallery no ayema echitaafo edema emrahye bedwafo a wato aba ede ayi omo a omo eba afimu no ene eyade ese dodo na abepie mu ewo ha ya kyese aha ayema sara enso so ena ene sabre ya ye ne mo ekese no eye ade ese wode wani akiri mu ewo aha se ya obehu se machi ewo efase no eye ade ese wohwe mensa nifa so ewo ha se ya eho ena sabre edom dodo no akotena ye NDC amanyuku ne ma eho ena awia na ye ba ye na eye NPP amanyuku ne ma no na omote ene enwumre ye ba ye no asesa eho ena NDC emrahye bedwafo no omo ena akwaje ho ede aboso nti omo ena betena speaker ense nifa so ena ohwe se mensa benkum so ha se ya eho ena na awia na ye ba ye no na eye ade se NPP anase NDC emrahye bedwafo no omote ena enwumre ye ba ye ho ena sisi no MPP for no akwakotena ya ekire se omo ena aba abeye minority of the house enti sabre die all is set ameka se omaye krado airtrain se ombetumi ahwe na emrahye bedwafo a etoso enkron no ombetumi agye omo atumu na omotumi afiri won dwumadie ase efiri edachena edeko oba ha se ya hu nananom ahemfo se ohwe manim ha ententensuo ya eye ade se nananom ahemfo na omonso de omani monyam aba abeta dwumadie na chi ahema ewomu ya omu nyina aba eboa se de ebeye adwumadie no ebetumi akoso fefefe ede aboa enti enye ade a eda fom kra ene anwumre ewo emrahye bedwafie ha aha eye very paga meka se edom no nyina ayema ewo hanoma omo ehwe se bibia ebetumi akoso saa so ena yehwe animu se uhwe machi ententenso a Mr. Speaker na konwa no esi honom ya enche obetumi abepie mu ewo hanoma enya asem ketwa na wabegye na adwana dwumadie no ahyase enti saa brede de awia ne ye ba ye se de na sitting position no etie no anwumre asesa esanse ba bia na minority ye NDC amanyoko no ma ete awia no ene anwumre ye ba ye no eyade se omafiri ho na omakotena ba bia na MPP fo no etie no ma sesei MPP fo so akotena ba bia na NDC fo no te awia no ekire se ene no NDC amanyoko no ena again the majority in parliament omatiki the majority seat ya omo ehwe ni mu se swearing in no ebetimi akoso na bibia etimi akoye ede amaye ne anwumre
dissolve the 8th parliament no nti obibu sasa den na nkomu wie ye ansana changes number
afia awia ne ye ba ye no na amamre ne amane ye wose omoye na ewose majority leader ekasa na ewose minority leader nso ekasa na speaker nso ekasa omunyina no na ewose omoma omo last statement ansana ye dissolve parliament no ene omoye ni nyina awia no nanso so no se de emra ne kire no agi se anadwi da suomu wa bra abo dumienu ansana yebetumi aka se legally emra kwan so no ya dissolve the 8th parliament enti afia meka se omaye no dada enti omoba anwumre no enti ase no ewo ho ya aye adwuma enti de omoba ye anwumre no eye formalities a omoba twan se dumienu no bebo na legally ya dissolve the 8th parliament na oma usher in the 9th parliament and also beboa ama the newly elected members of parliament no omatumi aso omonso in na omafiri omudwumadi ase nti omobaye no eye consensus omote omo ho ase dada nti anye den amfa ama se edom kuma no previously ebeba dom dodo no afa na afi edom dodo no nso no ebeba edom kuma no afa ene anwumre eno nti na uhu de uhu ene anwumre ewo emrahye bedafia me se uhwe machi ententenso a womo ena ahya ase edi nkomo fefefe kama sanse uhwe owura Ahmed Ibrahim owura Muntaka Mubarak sanso ena owura Peter Lanchen table munyina ewo hanomomo ena ne owura Frankano Dompre edi nkomo ewo ho na kire se eye emrahye bedwafo a omote omo ho asese enuafo emfa ho ene amanyuku a obi edom no womunyina no ete won ho ase se uhwe a owura Collins Dauda enso na asore agina ho munyina no omo exchange pleasantries a ekire se bibia eda na kwamu nti afia meka se omudi kan dissolve the 8th parliament no in the afternoon na emum no na emremu no e was it take effect 12 midnight ni nyina ka ho na was omasan baha anwumre na omobeye sa formalities no na omo usher in the 9th parliament na face swearing in no so etumi eto aso
kwame udu parliament ho omo a adadafo no ene afofofo no a omo eba no sign a difference next year omo mood at the same our parliament especially omo any ebedi nkra ene
afia meka se obia eya we dadade okọ primaries a olusu ye no wonim se enya ade se obesin aba emrahye bedwafie biem sanso so ena ade ono so elusu the general election no ono so nim se o mabiem and they know say a part of the game yeah a win or lose sa emrahye bedwafie abato na fia eno draw nka ho enya ade se beka sa apainti yenkoto no foforo bi betumi de ababa akopese no de abitiu enti eya ade a omote omo ho ase obi a omabiem no nim se omabiem se sia se ohwe owura Stephen Amuastika wono ena akọ hage owura John Jinapo fefefe ya omugina so se ohwe u screen no so a obehu se owura Stephen Amua wakọ a wone owura John Jinapo edin mo fefefe ena afei ohwe emfimfi hanso a wobɛhu sɛ owura Felix Kwachio Fusu wɔno ɛyɛ newly elected member of parliament ɔno nso so ɛne ɔmanfoɔ no ɛtwetwe nkɔmmɔ a ne nyinaa ɛdi adanse ti aseɛ sɛ ɔmo kɔ wɔmo a ɔmawi no nso nim sɛ ɔmo bɛtoa ɔmo dwumadie so a ɛnya adeɛ sɛ ɛyɛ ade foforɔ ɛde ma ɔmo titiriw sɛ wohwɛ ɛdɔm dodoɔ na ɔmo ɛkɔ ase sɛ ɔmo abɛyɛ dɔm kumaa na fa wɔmo mu dodoɔ na ɛne di ntwo ɛwɔ abatoɔ no mu a kyɛ sɛ ɛnei no akɔba sɛ wohwɛ ya ɛyɛ dodoɔ na ɛkɔ ama afei nso so no afoforɔ abɛsi ɔmo anan a ɛnya asɛm ketewa koraa sɛ wohwɛ a owura Andrew Sesiama ya mfinhyia mmienu ɛne aduonu no mu wɔno ɛyɛ independent candidate ɛwɔ fɔm na abatoɔ mpɛsua no so a ɛnei wakɔ akɔdɔm NPP amanyɔkuo no awini ɛwɔ NPP amanyɔkuo no din mu ɔmo nyinaa ayɛ krado ɛwɔ hanom a kyɛ sɛ ɔmo ɛhwɛ animu sɛ wɔmo a alusu no in the few hours to come see almost 2 minutes to 11 no yɛmfa ne sɛ 1 hour 2 minutes a ɛdi animu no ɛyɛ adeɛ sɛ ɔmo edwumadie bɛbɛ na wieyɛ a ɔmo mamra hyɛ bedwafie biem na afoforɔ no abɛhyɛ ɔmo anan na ɛnkyɛ koraa ɛna yɛhu sɛ the National Democratic Congress NDC amanyɔkuo no wɔmo ɛma yɛ a ɔmo adi nkonim ɛba mmra hyɛ bedwafie no wɔmo de VIP buses abaase ɔmo nyinaa abɛpie mu ɛwɔ mmra hyɛ bedwafie ha ɔmo de santen ɛde aba abɛpie mu ɛwɔ ha na adeɛ baako ɛwɔ mu ɛne sɛ ɔmo mu dodoɔ na ɛhyɛ fitaa yɛ a ɛkyerɛ sɛ nkonimdie akɔ ɛde ama ɔmo a ɛnya asɛm ketewa enti ne nyinaa ɛyɛ deɛ ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ mmra hyɛ bedwafie asan sɛ woba colors a ubehu kɛse paa ɛwɔ ha no ɛyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ fitaa dodoɔ na ahyɛ fitaa yɛ kyerɛ sɛ nkonimdie akɔ ɛde ama ɔmo a ɛnɛ wɔn de abɛpie mu ɛwɔ ha na ɔmo bɛhwɛ sɛ yɛbɛgye ɔmo ato mu na ɔmo ayɛ mmarahyɛ bedwafoɔ prɛko pɛ na afei mmarahyɛ bedwafie ɛtɔ so nkron no wɔn atoa so adi wɔn dwuma.
Hello, Kwame Otiminka.
Meteonka.
Right, inti Sir John wa ha also a few questions of say obusa unti uni Sir John twa kono so.
Kwame.
Sure, ma ye nkasa.
Good.
Sir John.
Kwame Otiminka.
Meteonka pa.
Good. Na me be say ye hu already ye say akwatia NS Kumi injunction almost file a court against him. But what he wants to be about Aquatia and this community now I think Fantia Kwanso was one of Fantia Kwanoff and so then see an issue about whether say you bet swearing in and now on intimate and swearing in. These are seats are very important service. Meaning so what he wants them the floor of parliament to could do honor.
Sir John, we are no ye ba ya na ye didi nkomo no ye bisa ho asem na enchiremu a mode ema ye ene se baabi bia eye abato mpasua ya meka se apotwen aba ho ya amanso ekoso ewo honom no enya de se wo mo ebeye age o matum ekosi se entiase ebeye adwuma ma afanu no nyina obi ate ne ho ase na manso no akọ na wieye ansana ekiri omo no aba de obedi mu nkunim no wabamra hye bedwafie ha ama omo agyomo atum enti abato mpasua bia asem wo ho anase meka se apotwen ekoso ewo ho no enya de se enipa ejina mu ewo ho no wo mo ebeba ha enanumre na yakasa ye gye omo atum se emra hye bedwafo edikosi se bibia ebekọ akoto ma yehu baabi asusan ede bonde ho no bekọ akoto ansana yetumi agye omo nso atumi se emra hye bedwafo mo mabeka wonum nuanom ho ama wonum edi dwumadie no.
Okay, but what things so ebeboy for education purpose say the election of speaker. You know process no say city na okoye nso no wate there about what there if you beto aba na ye speaker there will be campaign you be din komo kakra speaker Gbagbe na djuma ye woman man 100% endorsement. I mean sound common e koso what is sound common bibisa ho.
Well, and also yedi hu nkomo kakra na Sir John enchemu a ebinom edema ye ene se owura Abansman na Kingsford Bagman oye achiame hene ewo emrahye bedwafie ha sei no ya ade a owo ho dada ena Onua ena mampani a wato aba ayi no owura John Dramani Mahama asia bonidi se onto aso enye n'adwuma enti ono ne de emeka se ebekwa akoye acclamation enti eno achi no na omahwe se yebenya the first deputy speaker and the second deputy speaker enti eno na yehwe animu se anwumre ombetumi aye saa enema no ede aboa na yetumi anya the three speakers omo ena ebe running the affairs of the house for the next 4 years edi animu
edi biaba for the first and the deputy speakers
ekobani say ya sabre ya meka say the main speaker no every the majority side of the house no womo emra ya ewofie ha ekire say say the second deputy no enso every the majority side nti omo no be present obi ya omo ebeto ne so aba na the third deputy no omo yi e the free the minority side na omo tumi e the same position no e the amano say ohwe in the case of the assistant kakra ene say owura Andrews Esiama ebenya the second deputy speaker no every say na omoko abato no so no owura Bagman ya na ono no ebeye main speaker of the house no na ono no every the minority side ena eba enti eka ho bi ema ene no womo the second deputy speaker no e de owura Andrews Esiama ya na the majority side enti senke ko ba se owura Aban Bagman awono eye speaker no na ofree the majority side and the second deputy no so be free the majority side and san omo the third speaker no e dey free the minority side but this time round no omonya speaker obi free the majority side enti no ombe yi the second deputy no so from the majority side then omo yi the second deputy speaker no from the minority side eno ombe ye ho adwuma ena anwumre
na edini bi ho a menim de said ye kan what tibi no ayebo wundi se yenya asomasi ayepe enya obenti ayepe say ye hwemu a obi a owo experience in that position eye amoako asiama bia on be consider no from the minority side I don't know say what tibi ni bia Andrews asiama ni din abamu in omunkomo bia omudia afawaso
Menti bibia sa say John with the exception of Ura Aban Bagbena meka say omampani enam Ura Felix Patriofo so e dey release Baboten enra no menyanti de bia say ekoba ne say ya the leadership of the side ena e take decision say yemfa asumasi anasa obenten enkogina for the election enti until say omumu bia no bepa manaka ho asem no within them until say election no ebeduru no maka say asumasi anasa obenten ena all representing amayato ne so aba mana kwaye the first or the second deputy of the house
enti sesi ayaka say no omo emma to the next parliament which is the 9th parliament aso omo bi edaso ho wa hu bi no around ana asa this time here enche na ye say ayaka say Dubako Abo enter na ye cross it to 12 then na ye midnight yes. Na ye remu into the next day ye be no great but omo I mean old MPs are all remu into the 9th parliament you know what who be more hon man isi ayaka say dum da so ho
Sir John omo nyina e wo ha because as we speak abo 11-6 no they are still members of parliament.
Okay.
Constitution no emo kwan until midnight. Entino omunyina ewa ha se walusu woko se obi winning over you ewa general election no no omunyina ewa ha ya omo ehwe animu se dumienu no ebebo enti omo a yebeso omo in no they are also on standby because for now they are not members of parliament yenso omo in enti the 8th parliament no and as I say omaba sitting no behwe se bre no beso ma omo dissolve ansana omo so in the newly elected members of parliament no ama omatoa omadwuma so enti se wedding kunim se ulusu primary se ulusu general elections no omo nyina ewo ha ya omo ehwe ani mu se ombeba be wi omo dwumadi etwa to kra ene dey ansana omotimi akọ ama yetumi agye emrahye bidwafo foforo a omoba no atum.
Political party reps, as in Minim Sebia national executives from both sides, MPP and DC. Omo at the gallery won't be home.
There be enya de say mehu any of the national executives ever chamber has say fi say ye baye and life aye nyina no say John men kan cho say ye chamber no mu e na ye wo ya ye di say dwumadie many enyentwa executives no e de ma both political parties ni bia so e wo ha menim ebia ebre no eda so a e wo ho e ma omo sanse nya de se dumienu no abo ebia enkodu se dumienu no mo no ebi mo ebeba abeta akira a yentimi enka ho asem na emum no for now de nya de se omo abepie mu e wo ha ye beka se omo aba ha se omo beta amra hye bidwafo bi achi na emum no the various parliamentarians are winning elections are omoba the night parliament no womo ena omo chitafo aye chamber hama who said the public gallery no womo ena ahye homa ebeboa na omo de omo chitai ede abema omo mra hye bidwafo a yato aba ede ama omo
enti yebasa hu speaker the first deputy and the second deputy yebasa hu omo anadwi ansana you dissolve the 8th parliament you be
omo wa around omo nyina wa around say medikan ebo owura and Lusesiama ya wono eye the second deputy e de ema parliament no say owahana or exchange pleasantries e wa hasisia na ne colleague members of parliament enipa aka maninya ntwa ne so na me ye sure say obeba ena anwumre eyura Joseph Osewusu wono ena na eye first deputy ewo efie ha sei na eni da kwan say ono nso beba but sesia ye kese chamber ha de eyade say owura and Lusesiama ye the second deputy speaker no owo ha aka the first deputy speaker no ena me hu no ewo ha enti emrahye bidwafo ne de omo constituted the 8th parliament no anwumre omu nyina ewo ha ya omo hwe se dumienu no bebo ansana ya dissolve no legally ya dissolve the 8th parliament no ama ya constitute the 9th parliament no ama efrichina eko no omo ahye omo adwuma ase
but when kwame wo born tofa betwa nim say omo mo share live ewo Onua TV live omo be who pictures and videos if you hoba sanso omo share live on your Facebook page so no enso be but omo mo tie radio no wo born tofa na watcha mfoni no de ama won say de parliament esiti anopay and anadwi ye share no mu se be ramu into the midnight ubetwa mfoni ne say de akyere na ye mfa wo sie be sa ba ho bi but in the meantime you do be we have but mfoni abetime twa de twa to e de ama ye
Sir John de meka ne say efe de yehu ewo ha anwumre no eyade a efe because it tells you say said the Ghana yede hwa ye ho say we are the beacon of democracy in Africa no enya ade say yede ya no na eka ne sa kwa esan say ukọ baabi a said yetumi hu say emrahye bedwafo ya omunni amanyoku baako omutumi bo atwede ebi tam akonwa no de aboni nua ne ade no enei ubepie mu ewo hanom a otumi say Ghana ye democracy no ekọ nanim a meka say de omoye no efe san say the majority side and the minority side in Inano, they are very good friends. Okay, said your more chachi or more, a hagi or more, and JP. And I mean, who say, Ura Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak, Wane Edom Kumano, Afa, and Mani Bise, say the current minority no. Or call na or Muyeni Pabese and what you Munina or Mutra picture fefe, ya a chese or Modo Moya or Moya and Yafua, or more a year Juma Ebumu, enti. Share the beauty of democracy I hear practicing Ghana has say and enumere say ohwa enyasem keto akra esan say omugina omona so a omo eje nchia obi a echia ne yonko ya ekire say omunyina ye nipakro ya emfa ho ne amanyuku a ofri edu so omo ye debate fine omunyina no obi abetumi anya different opinion but eba say omo ehia say ya utumi hu say odo sonko ewo omo ntemu a the minority ehu majority ni a ochia no ema omudi nkomo fefefe ya chese enye asamketo akra ewo ha nti se mi twamfoni kakra meka se the beauty of democracy no yade a ekoso yie papa sesi a se wohwe wafidie no so a obehu se honorable sosu sesi yade se one the second deputy speaker amebo ni de owura Andrew Sesiama womo na eda wafidie no so a omo chia no, and both MP belongs to different political party. Owura sosu ewo NDC and owura Andrew Sesiama ewo MPP, but eno nche so omo ya atamfo omo nyina achi afefefe a eche se omo ye adofo ya omo ye omo adwuma ewo hanom na ni nyina no eye Ghana na omo so
na yebetimanya obi ne yebetimi link obono mo aba at the public gallery hall omo expectations minim say obetimanya obi ma ye na di nkomo
se don wada ro ma brabie mante wase
na me busa se yebetimi ne wona wo ma ba at the gallery omo be share the course of parliament ebima di nkomo ye share omo expectations. And they, after the 8th Parliament, the 9th Parliament, and they are no more sharing me say 9th Parliament at the Mayan.
Yes, you bet to me and your binom and your wedding commerce say Oba Hanom Cecia, Enipa Ahodupi, and Omoye, a chitafua, or Mabi Pimo, Ewa Hama, men try say Yebinya Bina, Yeni or more Attraction and Como Ewo Unia TV so, and Mamin Pime, Ebinom, na mentre. My many opening entry come opening radio my memoir draw Emro near TV.
I don't understand you.
Good evening and welcome to Near TV.
Good evening.
Your name and where you coming from and why you are here?
I'm Yegazier Mustafa from Upper West Region.
Okay. What are you here for? Are you here to support your member of parliament elect, or you just came here to observe the parliamentary proceedings?
I came here to observe the parliamentary proceedings and also to witness the swearing in of the Right Honorable Speaker. His name has been emerged, and we are hoping to see him appointed as the Speaker of Parliament, the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic.
So you came to witness the proceedings. You didn't come here purposely for any member of parliament elect?
No, please. But I also have my MP here.
Who is your MP?
Tony Suma.
Okay. Is he a first time MP?
No, he's the second time MP.
Second time.
Yes, please.
For which constituency?
Nadoli Kaleo constituency. Nadoli Kaleo constituency. Under the upper west, in the upper west.
Succeeded Honorable Bagwin.
Yes, he succeeded Honorable Bagwin.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. As I don't mention many of us on Chicken Comona, Yenshare, or also dear Edeno Ebaha. Opening my job, Memajuma, Wakaba Bunia TV.
Good evening.
You two, you don't speak Tree. Your name and where you come from?
Fali Signa from the Upper West region.
So, what are you also here for?
I'm here to witness the swearing in of the Right Honorable Speaker and my able MP, Honorable Anthony Sumang Menkara.
Okay. So, you two, you didn't come purposely for maybe you were passed?
No.
You came by yourself?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Sir, can we have a word with you on Onua TV?
Okay.
Please, your name and where you came from.
My name is Fidelis Zumakwe. I'm coming from Upper West, the Femembu Seisa constituency.
So you are also here to witness the swearing in and to observe the proceedings, or you came?
I came in first of all to see the swearing in of the election, and of course swearing in of Honorable Speaker of Parliament, and also my MP, Honorable Sandare, for their swearing in. That is the purpose for which I came here.
Okay, Dr. Sandare is your MP. This is his second term.
This is third term.
The third term. So have you been coming every year, or this is the year that you decided to come and witness his swearing in?
This is about the second time I've come around for swearing in. I came here some time back when he was in his first term, and this is the second time I've come. And in fact, more particularly to also witness the Speaker of Parliament being given the position again to serve for the next 4 years.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time. Sir John said, gender balance. No, many money being so enkasa.
Okay.
Seminya obaba kokra na mana nkase mayi omumu.
And tell my na.
Pacho meti ya me.
Me pacho. What ye he said you be can be aye betty. Sir John, any the aqua obana me man opportunity no one say
my influence
me any yakasa. My influence na every permanent yes amra na ye ne yakra form okay wo mi TV so ensign and share the air so e wo emra shebe be fia.
All right. Kwame yeda sepa, thank you very much. Ye be saba hobi. Kwame asante no much.
But as I said,
Kwame ko. Enti for any Inia Kwame Asante from Parliament House. Set pictures are we describe it the course is here saying. But the moon say I mean beautiful. How Omo Echechia Ubu the last time I Ubu here home me cool yeah unya bibia maneme.
The person camera capture a John Dumelo or Hage.
Okay, omo say omo okay ebi mo ba ebi ma remu omo ba cheche.
Na me hwe se ne level ne feeling city you know.
What ya hwan?
Man Lydia. John Dumelo or Hage man Lydia so.
Can you bad?
What you say?
Can you bad? Say the oba be yi no.
The what two ya. What John some pain.
Okay, I see, but bad. They say we share minua
Kwame Asante.
Kwame Asante ne nkoma no mudia.
I see nketia ba ho.
I see nketia be dru.
Yeah, odem ho.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. And na me busa say one baby afi no mawrem. Ko busa Kwame ewo. Me kai the last that is the 8th parliament yeah because of speaker election I'm telling you Sabrina omunyina ba bedru. Na ye hwe promo members ye hwe promo in line. Obi I wild that we say ometimi akobat I mean this time emuda ho. Nti ya makra no a we are good to go. Ya makra na emuda ho nti therefore that is the whole share see our Facebook page. O share ewo Onua TV so sanso and a wutie yen ewo Onua FM we election command center guso ayede that transition a be hunu ene koka ochana no pa the 8th parliament ye hwese ye be dissolve the 8th parliament na fe the 9th parliament so inaugurate e say ade wo hwe ni Johnson Asidun Ketia and I wo hwe no general no yeah the national chairman for the NDC and I will share this CA. Yes. Omo masala nyina ye Ashanti region MPs. I Kumau Mensianov Offenso.
Yeah, all that is after it.
I netwe Techiman South. Elsuni anti and I will his CA ewo TV no so live no. Evia
Parliament ayefe to say they now work no. Osha say entiasia ye adwuma. Though omunya started the normal proceedings that we all know no. But Osha from afar, OTTV so whoever will fear or monitor this noble videos ne pictures from Onua TV ne Facebook no who say and the parliament be ye fe. E hod mo be ye de. A house so be ye nika. Na sa drama na last 4 years, the experience here this time, obi the kind a tram kabia. What am I saying? Enti ye expect say the ye na ye hwe say be ye boko no, e be koso pepepe and say your friend saying wadam for you. Say John to wadam for and say I see a dunketia. Unso no. Kojo pon kroma. Kojo bra kojo. One senior mine.
Jinapo. And
then no be up to Dominic.
Away need to okay.
No, Gina in chain on it Quadropon. And then one governance expert and needing come or say Onua enka afenyo markings. In fact, I think now all contributed to West Nambusan and he said apart from afenyo no kan hwan na obeye leader the man minority ankeye and obo Kwadwodin. But I was surprised. The Kwadwopon kroma Sanko can be a Patrick Boamane or more Maka na say this guy they know in fact that's what how crampo in some adwodri or no nenu so she because that position we yamfa gentility nko ho what I say that Kwadwopon is also no crash sem no on person be ne hufin but at this point he will be waiting me hufin kakra you know into no opt for say or no buy and Kenya bad and
obi abon a choice but ni nyina ko wie party no ne leadership some better yes some who dey be ko we metima catch us say the minority leadership no MPs ni bi ebonyo so kra MPs ni bi bonyo so kra
omo leader no
ai a free leader eba be see the whip the third and will be in its omo bonyo so first and the second whips ni na omo amount for ebonyo so in fact the kai say omo wie decision omo wie na member of parliament the ma asokore afijase otro nsempa nyasem ketwa
every year
ai say ohunu say party no kra no maton omaton party no the amankrofo bi nka ade nka koyeye nkomunim say Ashanti region na the seats edoso ntinka anya hwe kra no nka positions bi wo hono mo a I was nkomo consider enye deputy minority leader and nka fata wo mo at least ka so munya more appointment ewo leadership but all the same and nyina no nti
all right Sir John ebeda asinti kwekwan yanko ya catch your tiefo ne ahwefo se odogbu encha abeka yen santi mekojo baba honey good evening
should I say
boko now so
I
oh
David
no I want to be serving you guys
don't serve me I mean you've done so well and I think that it's properly done
Kojo let me serve you
I am just okay
I want to worship you tonight.
I know what to mean. Me some special feel and a certain energy.
I just want to sit here.
No, you just sit here. Sit here.
Yeah, I just need to wait.
You
want to pop champagne with me, right?
You can cry, but I'll pop champagne and then we'll be done for tonight. And 26 minutes after the 23rd hour of the 6th day of the first month of 2025, and in the next few minutes we will not see His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the president of the land again. You are not watching, you're directing. Anyway, now we shall come on and say you see a cost when you know about Fiane Sir John. I are there pa and we share sa in Niama Hodwa Niama Ekosono, you must understand, sir. Niama Esesa. The other kind is, sir, and Chakrana 9th Parliament of Ghana, no, yeah, swear mu in. Now, the other sir, history of backbone and make you a parliament, no. Sana John Mahama, so I make you our presidency, no. Number one, 1993, Justice Daniel Francis Annan. I a tough friend of DF Annan. A year PM, and I at Shamehene, Emma Ganam Rashabidrum. Already the first ever Speaker of Parliament, Yantona Swaba. Also, Yantona Swaba. If you said 1992, you told Abanuye, you know, MP before Anchor Parliament. MP before Anchor Parliament. It's Justice D.F. Annan. A call, your body dean say on enquire Speaker of Parliament, you know. Okodu, you know. Na because they NDC phone kwa and na ewohwa SSR womu ebomode no moto abadamano Justice D.F. Annan say mpanifo kakra etie ye no bekaya ye to abane November 1992 no 26th December Ena omampani dada Rollins. Eko ka Christ the King. Say DF and be speaker. That on communicating officially to anybody. Oh, didn't come over now. Come on, okay, would ya boom a bam. Say DF be speaker. It was somebody else. Ena on my DF answer officially. Communication no eba abonte. Justice D.F. Annan anyhow and a Rollins to anyhow, but then cry second is at a point not on pesobe. Because also a very fine, refined judge. Or shall say oko headed parliamentar. There is no opposition. And Kasa so fine. Na Sam ready muno or the kwatwa so the koye ya actually the santo aba 1996 no yenya MPP for co-parliamentar Justice D.F. Annan and so ne speaker odikanya amembo baakum odi mfie wotwe na as speaker enti o start here from 1993 to 2001 7th January and odi wie na djuma then His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor took over from Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlins. And I remember very well, MPP Penny Fuankasa, Crime de la Crime no, na party no, and winning second round no, every no. Na SSL Wisim Kunya, Asimesi Bekwaha. And it was J.H. Mensah who proposed that Peter Alajete should be the Speaker for Parliament. And at that gathering, Peter was sitting right there. Harun Eseku was there. Darocha was there. Papa Yesamina wo Kumasi Apino. Apia. And a few others, the Jacob Echebilamtes and all the others were there, and they settled on it that Papano Bekwakoye, Speaker of Parliament. Sanawo Shepa, the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and also one of them was Mewu and also came up, say, MPP decided that one man will be uncontested because of CPP, Ewelembele constituency. So what's Mewu should go like MPP Nibi Eniho. Because MPP filled their candidate 2000, and CPP filled their candidate, and NDC candidate no what. NDC didn't be familiar with and when you see to know. So the MPP and the CPP came to a compromise, say, for candidate to be anchor. So automatically, Freddie Blay, the first time in Parliament, he became a first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Usha Peter Alajete timer, there were a lot of scandals about him. Number one, car not him not say umpe. And there was a confrontation between him and J. Kufuor. There was a heated argument at cabinet about his car. You know, he was offered a Mercedes-Benz. He was also looking for a BMW 5 Series. Full option. And it was a big deal. And it took the Papa Obusuan Commerce, the J.H. Minsens, J.H. Owusu Chow, one of the NDC MPs from the Volta Regiment, Aboni Dimpa, Honorable Clensu, and a few others that came in and said that, I think we're doing it's not about the car you want to sit in, it's not about Natadia na Oshena Kurano. He rejected, Peter Lajete rejected, Sagon Tentena. Also, no student move Oswa. Yeah, but could be on the demand no or rejected. And they had to bring Kwakopam from London before he accepted it and wore that. It's a kind of formation for a very long time. No, could be no Asheni suit to Konon Sata until the new one came, and then the party, you know, at a point, let's say Kufo Yinu and Kosasano. But now for political expediency, the greater Accra factor, Peter Lajete is a guy. When you take him out, now Oshana Jacob Echebilamte, a chief of staff, and then you have another guy who is a friend saying Speaker of Parliament, and then you had Sheikh Isikwe Almighty, who also became the Greater Accra Regional Minister. Koyo say on the Insua Alaju Nsuno Afani certificate ne ade nyina and also edeko. So yeah, 2004 election, no, it was automatic. Say Peter Lajete will not return to Parliament, Sir Obeye Speaker of Parliament, and then Right Honorable Ebenezer Bejina Sechi Hughes, Johnny Hughes, distance cousin, Imu Akakrade, ene kufoso de ononso ebaye. Bejina Sechi Hughes the dean. Or that dean to say DFAnan so that DFAnan ye koko fe. Or that dean Sechi Hughes that dean. But Orie Yena Obekono and also caused the biggest political blunder that time in the Fourth Republic. Baby, I not say a speaker no. Okono of a best shit who in our society. Of antre.
Matches.
Ewo of a society be Adam said the brother Makwa nyaw dia. Obeto intija that fako, but that time no so na I say aye de wo hobi dadanti na okwaje akohen. In any case, Onua na adaso. Wadaso nkonwa no watenem cutlery Onua na de fork and knife e de didi. Nti wo sakra se wo kwa akwaje a me kai se niam bia na that time state protocol for no monte assessor de be ko chance na ye no maduane no. Se no matter new ones mini ade ho kan ne wo kokora kadada nja ho ne. I mean there were a lot of things say na social media very vibrant here. Kapapa ne menye so betima ba public biom. It was a big deal. It was a serious deal that time. And then you know NDC led by Professor John Evans Fifiare Mills ebe winning elections. And then also FR Oba Joyce Bamford Ado.
And that crowd omo inaugurate museum no omo commission museum me hu no
and also there's one thing about her who be so be on na year jumada titru the drivers and the security team na so when Joyce Bamford Ado ekodu fie na we the security we the driver na wundidi ya ono wundidi so when ni tukwan mo amoka no ho amone ni be tukwan no se mo team ni no bia ndidi wie ya Joyce Bamford Ado on didi. She will make sure everybody edidi are you okay before answer. It's not my friend of mommy. Been friend of mine. Now, it been grant to me. I remember one of the MPs, friend of mine, on the floor of the house. I've forgotten the name. Oh, if you be MPs in the back. Or first to wear Asma and the entire house S3 fine. She came in cool and left cool. I said me to me amma neho. And then Professor Mills difi mu ya John Dramani Mahama ebiso afna edikan muso ayese Ghana mampani o maintain mame Joyce Bamford Addo as speaker. Kosi say ye to abani wie no. And then mame nankasa e call John Hoko kachire ne say mabre. And according to story nanka John nyaya as a mother no ko onto aso, but mame nankasa kachire ne say wabre say a funny pafofro. And then became the very first time that we've had obi awaye MP our Fourth Republic in Mua Udikai obey speaker Honorable Do Ajaho Edward Do Ajaho Kano Aveno Ave MP now Ono Ebeye the Speaker of Parliament. He had about 7 confrontations with the MPP MPs. I mean, some of them, well, I think 3 of them were a bit harsh, and but he also managed and sailed through. That time na Mahama winning, you know, and if you watched carefully, say yes na unya do Ajaho to become speaker. Na votarians nega. So we share positions na Chomama chair na the votarians were actually neglected apart from say speaker. By a lot of NDC communicators tried that time to defend it, but I'm sure it also contributed to the fact say 2016 votarians na anto abani bibri ama eye NDC. And then another Danko Akufo-Addo wins the 2016 elections. So as usual, the first ever hung parliament, you needed an experienced person to be Speaker of Parliament. And that time, you know, it is the very first time Abai Fufra Oba
2016 na hang parliament.
2017, see 2 years, you know.
That is
2017.
Hang parliament.
No, so sorry.
Yeah. Hang parliament.
Sorry.
No, 2016.
Yeah. 2016 was not hang.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the Almighty real one, and then it went straight, and then Professor Mike Aaron Okwe became the speaker. Edu baby no wabre. Etoda o so meko so mko hwe nkwa so ba betnas no. Na akwakora odwedwe no ho kakra. Ulman abre. No wabre sa no wabre. Na ye beto 2020 elections no wie ye no. O say answer no beto o mo abare be speaker no. Na eye o mo brochure na o ma ye no. No the new speaker of parliament. But na no necessarily if you say let's have negotiating. And as I said, it's the very first time in our parliamentary democracy abanya otia konwa so wa win second term upper minority achew. Say you agree on something. Anya sadia omebwetia. And
I said didn't get or money.
That's right. Back bin the nominee back bin. I said didn't get or Tema MP Carlos Ahenkura or tam ballot papers by Trishan and already said chingum or you can know Musso to cook me at Chana to crab and the moon takanum.
I do a good for any answer.
It was any idea to one about the Trimu. It was planned.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Bagbin sailed through to become the Speaker of Parliament. Now, Bagbin is the longest serving member of Parliament in the whole of Africa. Africa, what's from 1992, basically.
What about Cletus Avoka?
Cletus Avoka,
say, no, what Okoi?
Cletus Amba 1992. Cletus by 1996.
Okay.
Cletus Avoka by 1996. One a year, Honorable Seche means Sudum, and Ebaye, and then Tema MP, Honorable Abraham Osei Edudum, yeah, one more contemporaries, no one more Eba Parliament. Says a Cletus or that.
Yeah, I tell you.
I'm not Okoi,
I said Okoi.
Yeah.
It's a continuous stay.
No.
But back from 1992, basically, on free parliament. He won 1992, 1996, 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016, and then he became the speaker in 2021. And one could be ma Onua so nipa openo, and then they call the constituency. They say, "Hey, want to abandon my way, mommy." And then nipa so the second term or the bar a year parliament in the it's a back bin. He's seen it all. Our parliament. First thing they say, Oye Mrashebedweni from 1992, 1996. 2000, Obey minority leader. And then Professor Mills's time, Obey majority leader. It's all the positions are a wofie ho ina no wedibi. And afi wabedi speaker. And I also abedi speaker. So back when I making history, so the first ever speaker, why yeah, I was 2 political parties, MPP speaker, NDC speaker. Why leader so? Why leader so? As majority leader and minority leader. Eti back in history, no, I know shit.
Okay, and so Alhaji Collins Dawda so bad. I think 92, right?
Alhaji Collins Dawda about 1996.
Alhaji Collins Dawda.
Collins Dawda about 96.
Okay.
Say 92 for no. Me nyesho so bi ho.
I think there should be some.
I'm not too sure, but MPs na about 1992 no. Me who be ho. Because NDC side in Inauguration, there's nobody who came to parliament in 1992.
Yes, Collins Dawda joined parliament in 1992, 1993.
Collins Dawda?
Yes, Alhaji Collins Dawda. 1993. Alhaji Collins Dawda joined in 1993.
Now Collins Dawda won't say?
Who said, no, as Sia, no, 1957, right? That was, I think, 13 February 1957. Yes.
Collins?
Yes, Collins.
So 1992?
1993, no parliament.
It is on the back when they penny for you.
It's a 1990, also Ofrimu Bako, 1993, acquired to 2001. And Ofri parliament, on the 2 no Sasso baby.
So on to be no longer serving?
Yes, but
yes. Yes. And so on to be no longer serving. Continuously, Nipa Watana ho.
Yes.
Okoya when free work was so no. Kasa onko bi mwad eyo sechi means somebody.
Yes, and
Okoya from 1996 through to this time.
Technically 28 years.
One could be, and then Bagman started from 1992.
Yes.
Obesa on parliament up to 2028.
36 years.
36 solid years. Wow. In parliament. Haruna came around 2000. Haruna so we invested in chair.
Yeah, sure.
So it was around 2000 and then Haruna, and so about parliament. Don't forget, Haruna, the MPP wanted to court him. Haruna, Omanibuama, Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. These are the guys, the MPP were actually watching them from afar to grab them. But unfortunately, Same coming from the Volta regime, and then having his big uncle, lawyer Okujeto, for the MPP, I don't know what actually happened. But it was prudent for him to have joined the National Democratic Congress. And he became a minister, deputy minister, and bam, 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 where he is today. Omanibuama, same. Haruna, same. And then a few others had a split. Some of them went to the NPP, and then Womonso. It is a party, and I say, as a bagman, when you need to win out of you.
Sure.
There's a Nigerian MP, Olusu, here this time. Now, with the 28 years. But unfortunately,
okay.
Our Oyo side of Honor, Oyo state side of
Sorry.
But and yeah, they
are. I come for a journey. Into your mom or Muti and so Asante Mantemuti or Akoma 8.
That's right. It's a Akoma for now. Yeah, Mamo. Yeah, Mama Joe. So that's it. Yes, and you share preparations of the various people I hear speaker now. We start with DF Fadan. I mean, the night before the swearing in, when he had his long white kaftan, his very long white kaftan. that very time, his Nipa no no muye Juma one office as a judge. They are the same people that followed him through to Parliament, and then they were given some 1 or 2 positions to hold because as a judge, he needed people he can trust to work with. And as usual, all the speakers will be a qua or the Nipa Bakwana, you know, and Sabi Komo one office, and then the DFN on the one year Juma Dadano, one or the one koi. And in 1992, from Rawlings' time, I think there were 4 by-elections. 2 MPs died, and then one person also vacated his position, and then another person also, for best reasons known to himself, also so intimi and Kobiema and yedi mu abisi enne intino enche yebe ko ifie ho na afei no proceedings na sade etie no pacho say say almost in we pepepe dey yapon so that we can go have some little rest and come back tomorrow morning at 6, and then we'll continue ha bonaya na yasan bubu ye katem na ye koy Independence Square na fe yewie swearing in na chesafe na na yapo na wukua na no panso ya ba adwuma ya wada no pa ye be adwuma ifia da no pa ye be adwuma na nyame ya adoma na dwada nde odo you go and rest on Monday. It's okay? Is that fine with you? Good. Okay.
Chairman. Yes. So to send the wadi can na yakako journey feed no our parliament, but it's been very interesting journey for some members of parliament like Abbas Sumana Babin. I was still there for 32 years. I mean, Enchebia ena yehu after 28 years Obabe is speaker, and as I say was Obabe is speaker. And I think he's the very first Speaker of Parliament. I want to me Ababe enjoy 8 years continuous stay ewo honomu, and so as other government appointees be honomu. Then say Chemesa Bosu, and I'm happy to also hear say Chemesa Bosu is going to be part of the Parliamentary Service Board. Yes, he's going to be part of the Parliamentary Service Board. Technically, only member of Parliament, but he's going to be a member of the Parliamentary Service Board. I also saw a good call at the man. So I dream what the many in India or what in Nano will come to stay because of the fact that was still Parliament for 28 good years. Enye asemketo 28 good years. Say na yenim. Nema, I mean, nema what me aye wa holding positions be to say minority and the majority as well. And I was also a minister in charge of parliamentary affairs. Sisaminoka say you dissolve parliament and no minister being, but it is a minister for parliamentary affairs. And obi to say no Ababeka Parliamentary Service Board no. Obi to me adding a rich experience and the aboa do na wobano. But I did back where ya womu this current parliament. Apart from Alaji Kolizada, as I say, was back to parliament. He's almost so re-elected. Apart from Ono, you shouldn't need from the NPP side. You shouldn't need well-experienced members of parliament almost spending more than 3 times our parliament. NPP.
Oh, NPP Omobi. Patrick Boama.
Patrick Boama for how many times?
This is the 4th term.
Patrick Boama.
Right. Yeah, Patrick Boama was the 3rd term. No, was in parliament in 2000. Okay. Around 2000. You know, 2004, 2008, 2012, 2020.
And why me?
Captain Smart. Apart from Onono, all crisis in 90.
Yes, because
no, Afenyo Markins, I think this is his 3rd term.
Yes, Afenyo Markins is 3rd term.
Afenyo Markins is 3rd term.
Sure.
Nitiwu ba. Yeah, no, I'm at 2016.
Yeah, Anyimadu should be Anyimadu even
4th term.
The 4th term, yes.
Anyimadu the 4th term.
So that is a deputy
Central.
Deputy Agric Minister.
No. Deputy Agric Minister,
Defense.
No, only deputy. Is it railway or rules?
Currently, only any appointments.
Okay, but who compare the experience NDC MPs need be war our parliament now or they compare that of the NPP. You could see the rich experience at NDC for war as compared to the NPP. Now, Oshe Obiti say, Chambers was a free parliament, Joe Wise a free parliament, notable names. And I feel yes, that's when your first time MPs to do now our parliament. When you look at a more experience now,
the side of the NPP.
Yeah, the side of the NPP, especially in Ashanti region, do na first time MPs. I feel like be a more second term near there. Utu say experience na share that new one year, and that is why. Nananka ehube here say some of the members of parliament so mo yo mo nyema yie eno mo ye bibi yie ananka it's possible say nko metumi asua from the previous members of parliament and no mukuta that rich experience nko metumi de aboa ama the parliamentary business na atumi akoso yie. Mind you say the members of parliament and a parliamentary business no say yen konkwahemra na yen fa adwene ne nimdi aye wo no and build the national discourse. But Oshe the way I mean Yama a member of parliament and I say MP Jumana Akwakoye na Akwakoye business as usual. Akwakoye the highest bidder in the constituency. Most of them Omukute no mo dia kono wakoko wini Omukute no mo dia kono wakoko wini. I will not be surprised to say Enchebiano ebe who scammers our parliament. Even who scammers our parliament, even who fraud boys and fraudsters our parliament. Yes,
sorry, you lost.
Because right now, as it stands now, the highest bidder. Well, could this scan? Oko constituency here now. Here projects 1, 2, 3. Now, Bakumi Nubia. I mean, you are likely to be voted to becoming the parliamentary candidate, and now say Bia Oko as independent candidate. And when it comes to that, say you are far and not tunchen. Near share the experience and kofobi wana. NTB, I say. Captain Market on the wall. You been your scammers, parliament. You been your
who told you there are no scammers everywhere?
But you see, parliament, yeah, you expect people like that. You expect no more dream, I'm on mine, shemra, and the amount of mine punto to me a cost ye. It is a business as usual. Now the highest bidder and no the constituency no win parliamentary seat no the aba media, then that is not the way to go because of bad only experience only share our de babeboa but those times when they share the likes of Richard Ananom Macmenu Waofa Adukufo those look at the experience of what they buy and their family what they bam those times you no who's a nyama ekoyi, but this time around, this 8th parliament, it is the worst parliament ever in the history of our fourth republic. The MPs themselves they know. James Abuswaka said it is the worst parliament. Joe Waisaka is the worst parliament.
But a lot of people I will blame them. With him reason, no. I think, sir, your politicians say you're too selfish.
Well, I mean,
they are very selfish,
and this is what politics can offer to us.
As I said, Anka, you makwani you gumi not just one person. Our constituency here. Osha, Papa Usuan Koma, when you be in Grumino, and defeat Parliament.
You're going to say Richard Anane.
Almighty J.H. Minsa did not groom anybody. Kletos Avoka. Oko waba. It means that when Gumi will be
yes.
When they are not ton chaya. Ofa Collins Dowda when Gumi will be
Oko
waba. Back then, and yes, na Obabe speaker Ngomeko. Also,
no Kokra.
When Gumi will be
no Oko. And obey speaker.
James supposed to say.
When Gumi be a James was when Gumi be a
Nanko or co and a partner chon or buy and sana after your marking.
Obabe grooming because nipa no de man no before. Sarah Adwasafo Adwasafo emphasize for minority leader. But she became the minority leader. Under the seventh, the deputy minority leader under the seventh parliament. And if you look at it carefully, a man of parliament, constituency, man parliamentary leadership positions now. Ayana a more drink kakrama momentiase because ye who ma part Patricia PJ deputy majority leader. Yeah. Ye who no on the floor of the house as a pushy BB. Adwasafo also became deputy majority leader. Yeah, who BB
Adwa was loud.
Adwa no loud bia. Oh, she was not loud bia. Adwa kasaba kum you be and no because that time no say chairman samusu jina no kasa bia. Wunya semianka. Wunya semianka. So I think that kwa anymore no. I say grooming crop for here kojo ponkroma. Fine broadcaster or your MP. Say yes or be minister. And can the MP no me who ye? Yeah, true. But we can say the ministerial position in Debbie, yes, sir. I mean on the floor of the house. Who MP because all time as compared to Obiso no so ye first time on buy it to say honorable Dan Kokubutri or call parliament. Yeah. The first time on your backbench Akurano, you could feel say he was up to something. And he's also not going to parliament again. He's also not going to parliament again. It's Wusha Parliament and Lucy almost 151 highly quality members. Despite or no Nijovia attitude, Nina Katie Hammond was also rich with a lot of experience. Also so Uncle Parliament. We are not quite the same Uncle Pastor Babe, but Omutu. You see, so and so for about me another president to be.
Oh, sorry, you lost the elections.
About 12.
Oh, sorry, you lost.
Open a president. To say I can say.
Ghana na yem pesa nke.
Oh, what mean Jerry? What mean Jerry? Say me be some the mission anado. Say
your chief justice.
Yeah, I mean the chief justice is but chief justice or no local parliament here. Yes, but of course when speaker in.
To speaker in.
What do you feel? It's now Akufo-Addo is still as a former president. No, he is a former president. Hey, he is former president. Akufo-Addo. But for JDM or that's your elect. Say processing they are starting. Still all you elect. You elect here. Former president in another. But they said yeah.
For now,
Akufo-Addo is a former president.
Oh, sorry, you lost the election.
Former president.
Nana Akufo-Addo.
Oh.
And that is that.
Oh. Sorry, you lost the elections.
Yes, I see.
Yeah.
Former President Nana Akufo-Addo.
Sorry.
Fellow Ghanaians.
So the 8th Parliament, you know, Egu. 12 abo.
Yeah, Egu.
Egu, I don't know.
Oh, sorry, you lost the elections.
Oh yes, I lost.
Sorry.
It's you know. And na the nominated speaker. Ebebana fe omo etimi. But yenya any MPP for mu nominate to be am na be contest Abasumana Babe like the previous. Bibia betimi esi. And talk we ko eden. Bibia betimi esi. Debi. So we contest Abasumana Babe. Like Debi. NDC for Obibia betimi esi. Every NDC for the cramp no. Where? Oh, Aban. I mean
Omo for Bibra, who nominate to be
president. Who president Yidi Pama?
There are some of them.
And then the same president now Professor Michael.
It was a hung parliament.
Yes, so Bibia bet me a see.
No way any handle.
Now, and this before and people before the Binatuma Aaron Makokwe. And your friend said, I was one about it.
8.
It's the same MDC MPs Libya.
But where the NC?
Where NC, but young try here.
There be, you will see at times how.
8 young try here, Bibia become be able to me a see.
8 senior.
There's no need to try.
Yes, I mean, Nakayan nominate you Nipa Bako. Then I call no me occupy that seat near Shad. Yes, Omra no me contest. You say Yadi Bessie, but young man in your friend.
There be wasted time. Wasted time. Pentama, sorry, my Aquadao.
What is your name?
Under.
Finance Minister.
Yes. Ababium. And I don't like the spirit war MPP side honor. I say they are too down. I say Omar Fordodo. And I had a conversation and Efiane Papa Bakonobo about Enipa SSA or minority leader.
Oh, suddenly are you for non nominated?
There be not or patch say na ni kwan so nominate Afenyo marking. But sitting here, I can tell you, sir, it would have been a difficult job for Kojo Ponkroma.
Now, Cecilia, who is likely to be the majority leader?
Cecilia, we don't know yet.
Because from the other side, from the NPP side, you know who the minority leader is. In fact, I want to name all their leaders. But for the NDC, we do not know who becomes the next majority leader. And also, so
as it stands now, until otherwise determined, for the swearing in, Atu Fossen will be the majority leader, and then Amakofi.
Okay, so
Speaker is Emsia, as I said, okay, you call Ghana a year Emrashe Bidjanim Emra. Bejedi say Speaker Pejaniti or and I say Chief Justice.
8 senior.
And Waba to be draw.
Let's not forget.
Na
Speaker ni host say you.
Say Obaba
the clerk of parliament on Obeshama Yatuabano. Yes. Inti Speaker ni ho.
Interesting.
Yeah. 8 senior.
Ombudsman Nko. That's right.
Hey, finally, ex-president Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Fellow Ghanaians.
Finally, the former president of the Republic of Ghana,
fellow Ghanaians,
His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is watching Onua TV. His Excellency, the former president of the Republic of Ghana,
fellow Ghanaians,
Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo,
Nana Boachi to remove the third.
Is watching Onua TV. Nana, good morning.
Nana Boachi to remove the third. You are out.
See, I hear two.
Yeah, what that for next way? Watch the dark one.
Now when I shall can take blue air pump pepper.
Honorable member.
There,
a lady, Obey.